Audio check.
Teams audio check.
Right, good morning everybody. It's 9:30, time to resume the inquiry. Just one procedural point from me before we start, and then I know Mr. Ware wants to say a few words about timetabling. So we've had an inquiry document submitted this morning, which is the Major Road Network 838 drawing that I think this was the hard copy of the screen prints that were in somebody's proof, weren't we, that were a little bit difficult to...
Yes, yeah. I think, and I'm grateful for the council for sending this. I think it's not exactly what the screen prints are, but I believe it's the technical drawing that the screen prints were based on, and we were also sent the outline business case that goes for the major route network funding submission, and so I've simply asked for both of those to be uploaded.
So yes, it's two separate documents, and the plan and the business case. We'll probably put them together as one inquiry document.
Can I suggest, maybe I'm saying this almost to the programme officer at the back, I believe, but the council can tell me otherwise, that the outline business case, that this is not, I think this is not the plan that went with the outline business case that we were sent, because the plan seems to be dated June this year, and the outline business case was obviously slightly earlier. That it's still helpful to know, no criticism, but I think they're not part technically of the same document, unless I'm told otherwise.
So I think, I'm not going to object now, but I think if Mr. Humphries and myself just speak, so we make sure we've got the right documents for you, that's probably the most useful thing if we do that before they go in. And so if we do that at some point today...
well, I want to ask Mr. Witchells about them, so I'll ask him about the documents that we were sent.
Right.
And if you want to add any other documents, you can obviously do that.
Fine. Well, I'll need to get hold of a copy, so...
I think they're going to be uploaded.
Okay.
I think they're going to be uploaded. That's what we asked.
All right, as long as I have a copy, that's the starting point.
Okay. I've finished, yeah.
I have to use that mic. Yeah, just a couple of things from me, mainly about next week. But just before getting on to that, we have seen about 10 minutes ago a note from Ms. Sutherland, who I know is with us on Teams. I don't know if it's been circulated yet, but basically asking for the opportunity to give some further evidence in relation to the council's reason for, the council's refusal of planning information, which came out yesterday. I just mentioned that now. We will come back and give a response on that when we've had a chance to look at it and think about it. So we'll come back on that at lunchtime today. Yes, next week, without sounding like a broken record, we do have difficulties. If you simply look at the timings that the various parties have given to date, we will finish at about 4 o'clock on Saturday, which I'm not very keen on. We have, outside the inquiry, explored the possibility of a Monday start next week, but for reasons I completely understand, that's not going to be possible. So that one's out. We will obviously be we will be looking at slightly longer days and slightly shorter breaks within those longer days. That is an inevitability. And I will be asking all the parties, and I know some have already done this, but I will be asking all the parties on Tuesday morning for revised timings. And when I say revised, I mean revised downwards. I'll come back to that in a second and see if anyone's got any immediate comments in a second. But let me just set out my position, because as you probably gather, I'm in the hot seat next week. and this is a purely personal view, it doesn't reflect the views of other panel members or indeed of any other inspectors. Working backwards in the process, re-examination, obviously we don't have timings on that, nor can we have, because you don't know where it's going to go. Re-examination, lengthy re-examination, my view is that if you've got a good witness, it's probably not very helpful, because a good witness is probably there anyway. And so, on a personal note, and none of this is criticising anything that's happened in the inquiry to date, but on a personal note, lengthy re-examination is not something that usually assists me very much. Now, working back through the process, cross-examination, obviously, in many respects, is the core of the exercise. I'm always reluctant to intervene on cross-examination, but I certainly will next week, bearing in mind the comments that I made, I think it was at the beginning of this week, about avoiding the overall principles and problems of climate change nationally and globally, avoiding comments on what the policy should be rather than what the policy is, and focusing on the impact of this scheme. So on cross-examination, I will certainly intervene if I think we're straying away from this proposal and the impact of this proposal. Evidence in chief is perhaps my greatest concern. I have already read all of the evidence and all of the appendices, including the rebuttals and the supplementaries that came in last week. I've read the whole lot on climate change. I'm not pretending I've read all the core documents on climate change, I haven't. But I've read all the proofs, all the appendices, and I will be rereading the majority of that before any of the witnesses give their evidence. With that, and I'm being quite honest here, I find examination in chief useful in the sense that it gives me a structure, it gives me the bullet points of the case of the parties, but a very lengthy examination in chief when I've probably only reread the documents perhaps the night before is probably not of any huge benefit to me. Now, I just say that so that everybody knows, you know, what I think of the various stages. And as I say, no criticism of anybody, but when you're all looking again at your timings, can you just bear those points in mind? I hope that's of some use. The only other point I'd make on timings is that the Rule 6 parties who are cross-examining on climate change have given their time estimates. My assumption will be that by the time you've heard the cross-examination from, which round is it, from the council, it may well be that your cross-examination will be reduced because we've already covered the point. I'm absolutely fine with that, and indeed I'd encourage it. So if we've already had the point covered in cross-examination by the council, absolutely fine, as people have been saying, to say to the inquiry, well, I was going to cross-examine you on point X, that's already been covered, so I'll move on. That would be most welcome. I think that's it for my little whinge. Does anybody want to pick up on it?
Yes, I was going to sort of try and help relieve your pain on this a bit. I did say yesterday that I was very confident that I'd be able to reduce our estimates. So all of our estimates for the band CC witnesses were 2 hours cross-examination. I think each of those will be less than an hour. I would be aiming for 45 minutes. I can't be precise, but you know, I'm thinking less than half the estimates that were made, obviously, a couple of months ago, I think. For PCAA, the estimate there was an hour and a half. Again, I'm thinking in terms of, again, half of that. So that itself saves probably 4 hours, maybe 5 hours, which helps. And I'm doing that on the basis that if I've asked a lot of questions of the first witness, Dr. Hinnells, I probably don't need to cover the same ground with subsequent witnesses, even though they are independently making that point, but you will have our position, if I can put it like that. So on that basis that, you know, I'm not criticized by other parties for, well, you didn't put this to our witness, then I think I can cut a lot of those things down.
That's, I mean, that's music to my ears, thank you. And I mean, certainly, I understand completely your point about not putting the same point to multiple witnesses. And
Yeah.
were it to crop up, it's never an argument that holds very much sway, frankly, because the parties' cases are quite clear, and there's no point in putting the same point over and over again to different witnesses.
So that's why I think I can cut it down so that I'm only really focusing on a particular angle or a particular point that a particular witness is adding that isn't otherwise in the mix.
No, that's useful, thank you. Anybody else got any comments before?
So, yes, just to say that I will be reviewing my time estimates again over the weekend alongside Dr. Hinnell's. If there's any scope for reducing them, we'll let you know as soon as we recognise that.
When we start on Tuesday, I'll get updated estimates and
But we take on board the concerns about timing. We're not trying to lengthen this process any more than it needs to be. So
no, I'm not at all suggesting that anyone is. It's simply that we need to get through it next week, if for no other reason than there are certain witnesses who aren't available on climate change after next week, and we're then into real difficulties. I'm sure we'll get there, but I thought it was worth just running through where I think we are on it. Okay, that was all from me. Thank you.
That's fine. Oh, this. Maybe a close of play. What about getting a revised list?
Yeah, for tomorrow.
Mention it now.
Might just...
Miss Henderson, do you know, just while we're waiting, any update on the conditions? And do we know if we're likely to be furnished with anything ahead of tomorrow morning?
It's on the other side of the net, sir. We've passed the draft over,
Okay.
but I mean, we hopefully did that in enough time that you would have something, but I can't give you anything more.
All right. Thank you.
Getting a nod from over there.
Yeah.
Thank you. The only reason for doing that is just so that, you know, for your record and anyone else following, I've got the right INQ number, because otherwise I've got the document, but I don't know what it's called. So I'm going to introduce now Mr. Witchells, and Mr. Witchells has a proof of evidence with a series of appendices and then a rebuttal with a series of appendices. There is a summary, but I'm not going to need to go to that. I'll do what I've done with other witnesses, which is just try and focus on areas where there seem to be dispute. So I'll just formally introduce Mr. Witchells. Are you Scott Witchells?
I am, yes.
Thank goodness. Mr. Witchells, can you turn your other mic on, please?
Oh, sorry, the chap at the back said just
they're
to use
not-
one. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. I stand corrected, don't turn your other mic on. Mr. Witchells, in section 1.1 of your proof of evidence, you set out your various qualifications and your experience. There's no need for us to go through that, but you tell us that you were involved in the early dialogue and throughout the planning process with the council and Highways England, and is that's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I may need to ask you a little bit about some of that. You set out in your proof, in fact, a summary of the dialogue in section 5, I think it's section 5.1 in particular, but then going on through the rest of section 5. So when we have been talking about this with Mr. Collis and others, we've looked at four blocks of evidence: policy, the highway infrastructure, car parking, and then public transport. So I'm going to use that same model here. So we'll start with just policy standards and guidance, and you have a section on this, but I'll deal with it slightly differently. So policy, one of the points that has been made by Mr. Collis and others was about whether public transport and public transport improvements were, my shorthand, embedded in the scheme from an early stage. And can you just tell the inspectors, you know, by all means by reference to your written proof of evidence, but just tell the inspectors about that and what consideration was given to public transport in the evolution of discussions?
Yes, as you would expect for a major application, we need to consider all means of travel and transport, and that was in our minds from the outset. In the early scoping discussions, as started in June 2018, not just highways impacts, but public transport accessibility was forefront in those discussions. We've prepared our scoping report, which included an assessment of public transport and access to the airport by public transport. In fact, not long after we'd started working on the basis of the agreed scoping, which is set out in 5.1.3 of my evidence, we prepared an early note, which was a high-level summary of where we'd got to with this assessment. And in that, which is reported in TN06, we highlighted the importance of public transport and that being a priority area for the assessment and the potential mitigation package. And the purpose of that document was to start to inform early discussions around, even at that stage, a potential Section 106 package of measures.
And was this something that NSE's officers were interested in and that you were actively discussing at those early stages?
Absolutely, yes. They were. There was an ongoing dialogue, which you'll see in a moment from my evidence, and exchanges of technical notes and feedback from NSC officers and their advisors throughout the process.
And through the process, we obviously know what the officers' report ultimately said, but was the package of measures that was identified and discussed, was that one that was arrived at in conjunction with officers? Were they content with that?
Yes, absolutely. There was an ongoing dialogue, as I say. We already had the knowledge and experience of the measures that have been implemented as part of the previous ASAS and the effectiveness of some of those measures, and that dialogue continued with officers throughout in coming up with a draft package of measures.
And then, ditto, and again, very briefly, similar criticism made in relation to pedestrian cycling provision. Again, was this something that was discussed with officers at an early stage?
It was, absolutely. There was recognition that pedestrians cycle as a travel mode for people flying was very low, but also we recognised, particularly in the staff travel plan, that we needed to consider access for pedestrians and cyclists and in any mitigation measures that we might propose.
Moving on then slightly, still just touching on some of these policy themes, Mr. Collis draws attention to DMRB. Again, in relation to DMRB and those sort of road design, highway design standards, what this is obviously not a trunk road, but what's the status of DMRB here, and how have those standards been used?
Yes, so I have actually picked this up in my rebuttal, paragraph 2.1.3, but in summary, DMRB is for trunk road and motorway network and is mandatory for those. It's not mandatory for other routes. But this is a strategic route, it's an A road, and I agree that DMRB should be used as a reference in terms of design guidance. It's not mandatory, but it is the right approach for design guidance.
And we know when it's being formally used, if you don't meet the standards as a departure procedure, but what happens as here where it's not formally applicable? What do you do?
What you would always attempt to do is to...
Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, we're getting a sort of feedback line.
Ah.
Is that one to be on then?
Yeah.
Try and bring yours on. It's gone. Yeah, there's a sort of high-pitched whine in the background. I think it's good.
Try that one. Right.
I told you I was right.
I'm back in stereo.
Is that better now?
No, it's still
Don't think so. I can still hear it. That one off.
It's gone. Oh, it's still there.
One. Is that better?
Yes.
That's it.
Shift over a bit. Right. Yeah. Thanks.
Mr. Witchells, thank you. I was just asking about DMRB, and in circumstances as here where it's not strictly applicable, what do designers normally do if there is non-compliance with a particular standard?
Yes, as you would expect, you would always try to meet that DMRB standard in any, particularly in a new scheme, a greenfield scheme if you like, where there are no constraints. In the case where you're upgrading an existing carriageway, as we are here, it's not quite as straightforward, as simple as that. So what you need to do is use the guidance as it is set out to try to comply with it. In some cases, you may not be able to fully comply with it, but you do make sure you are trying to improve the situation wherever you can, and if you can comply, you obviously would. If you can't comply, you try to design the scheme in such a way that it is an improvement for capacity, pedestrian cycle safety, or other things, but you try to work to that guidance and meet it, but you couldn't guarantee in all cases that you would.
Next thing I just want to, again, light touch, just briefly touch on quite a lot of discussion yesterday, the day before, about, you know, ratios of flow to capacity and DOSs and practical reserve capacity and these types of issues, and we'll clearly touch on some of those later when we look at some of the junctions. But again, how should those indicators be used?
Yes, that in the user guides that you were taken to, it gives an indication of what the numbers and the results mean. But it is also clear that you've got to exercise judgment, so the context is very important. So are you, for example, just taking average flows and average forecasts for development rather than higher end, upper end flows? Are you taking peak hours? All of those things need to be taken into account, and how you've done your forecasting. So the key thing is understanding what those results are telling you, and then to exercise professional judgment in whether or not that is acceptable. The guidance does not tell you whether something is or isn't acceptable.
And then the final just point on policy I'm just going to touch on. We examined yesterday, obviously, the MPPF guidance in paragraph 111 that development should only be prevented or refused on highway grounds if there would be, and then two parts of it, unacceptable impact on highway safety or residual cumulative impacts on the road network, or that residual impacts would be severe. And are those two of the things that you've had regard to when forming your overall judgments about the acceptability or otherwise of this scheme?
Absolutely, yes, and that's set out in both the original transport assessment and the transport assessment addendum, where I analyse the results of the junction tests and provide my opinion of whether I believe those impacts are severe, in addition to an analysis of safety and understanding whether there are any potential severe impacts in that context.
So let's move on then to a topic that we'll probably spend a little bit more time on, which is the highway modelling and the surface access infrastructure topics. I just touch on highway modelling first. To what extent was the model and the modelling and the flows and the numbers, to what extent were those reviewed, discussed and agreed with the council and its previous consultants?
I would say extensive and fairly robust review and assessment with feedback. As results were being produced, we were issuing those in technical notes to officers at North Somerset. They and their advisors, Jacobs, were looking into the detail and coming back to us, and we were making changes or providing feedback on any queries raised until we reached a point of agreement on all of those assessments.
Now, here I want us to get out, if we can, the transport assessment addendum. So that was the environmental statement addendum appendix 5A, which we've got as document CD 2.20.3. Okay? And what I want to explore with you is the statements in various places in your evidence about the modelling being worst case. I want to just pick up some of those points. So, firstly, public transport mode share assumed. Could we look in the transport assessment addendum, so the document that I hope people have opened at PDF page 13. We're going to go through a series of different pages, and there, paragraph 2.3.6, and can you just talk the inspectors through that? What was done in the TAA, and why is it worst case in terms of the highway assessment, the traffic impact assessment?
Yes. In terms of the proposed development, we had agreed with NSC advisors and officers that we would test 15% public transport mode share. What we know from the CAA data from 2015 and 2019 is that actually that's suggesting the mode share of trips to surface access trips to Bristol Airport are higher than 21%. But we did agree with officers that in order to undertake a robust assessment of highways impact, we would forecast based on a lower public transport mode share for the additional trips. So that is the trips from the growth from where we're at today, or were at that time, through to the 10 and 12 million passengers assessments. So we applied those lower public transport mode shares to the growth in passengers.
So when assessing the highway impacts, as you just said, you didn't reflect the CAA mode share data. Did you how did you take into account the mode share target? Was that applied to the CAA, the 2.5%, was that applied to the CAA data or the bus ticket data?
So yes, the target at the time was to increase public transport from what we then believed to be a base with NSC officers up to 15 for the consented development, and then push to 17.5% for the 12 million passengers per annum application. So that change is only applied to the uplift, and that is a fixed percentage applied to the uplift. So those trips are therefore, against CAA data, are reflecting a higher number of car trips than we might actually expect to be achieved. If we definitely would be higher than if we had used the CAA data.
Right. Now that's passengers. Can we just see what you've done with staff? So we need to turn on to the next page in the TAA, so PDF page 14 and paragraph 2.3.12. What was done for staff?
Yes, in the case of the staff trips, the then commitment to reduce single occupancy car trips by staff was 75%. So in the assessments that are in the TAA, we have used that percentage, but what we're now proposing is a higher target, that 30% will be non-single occupancy car trips. So we've actually assessed 25%, but our commitment is to 30%.
And you can see that obviously in that paragraph. So from a highways impact perspective, is that a worst case?
Yes, again, had we taken 30%, then we would have had a lower number of car trips on the network in the junction testing.
Now, for the avoidance of doubt, when the parking demand study and its update were undertaken, did they use those lower percentages?
No, the parking demand study works in a different way. It is taken from the count data that Teneo used from actual cars parked and actual passengers arriving by car to park. What they then do is they take that as their base, which is effectively the same as the CAA data because that's the measured base from that year. Then they apply the public transport measures in the future to their forecasts.
Right.
So they are going beyond whatever it was when they did their base.
Yes.
So that would suggest, in our case, we're suggesting a 2.5%
Yes.
increase in public transport mode share. So they would have been effectively replicating that increase in public transport mode share against their base, which would have been the CAA base.
Thank you. And then the next conservatism in the modelling that I just want to take you to. So next page in the PDF, page 15, paragraph 2.4.3 says, as in the original TA, the trip generation associated with the 12 MPPA has been considered in addition to the forecast background traffic, which ensures that forecasting methodology is robust. This is because the above growth factors have been applied to all traffic, and there's an element of existing airport traffic in each of the counts that has been factored up, effectively double counting some of the passenger growth. And again, just sort of slightly unpack this for the inspectors. So how have you applied tempo growth rates, and why is that an element of double counting for the airport traffic?
Yes, so the you can see in there in table 2.1, if you're on that page still, those are the tempo growth factors that we've used to get to our 2030 assessment year. And those have been applied to all of the traffic counts that were undertaken in 2018. Those counts that are undertaken at the junctions close to the airport and all of the other junctions agreed with officers to be assessed, they include obviously all of that existing airport traffic, all the traffic going to and from the airport as passengers. We have applied that growth to those trips. So actually those trips wouldn't actually grow in the same way. So what we've effectively done is growth up trips to and from the airport, i.e. growth up the passengers using Tempro. What we then did, and this was in agreement with NSC officers to undertake a robust assessment, what we then did is say, okay, we need to test and challenge what the increase in trips is from that uplift. So we separately did a trip generation exercise for the growth from the flows, passenger flows from the date of the surveys up to 10 million, up to 12 million passengers per year. Those figures were then added on to those growth to turning counts. So what we mean by double counting is that we've already actually growthed up the airport traffic once, and then we're adding on a whole new layer to account for passenger growth.
And right at the end of that paragraph, you say this effect is more significant for junctions closer to the airport where a larger proportion of traffic is related. So this double counting effect, which junctions in particular would it be relevant to, or most relevant to?
It's most relevant to the junctions where more of the traffic at those junctions is airport related traffic. So that clearly would be the access roundabouts to the airport, roundabout 1 and roundabout 2 in our numbering system, and indeed the junctions not so far away where still a large proportion of that traffic is airport related traffic.
Yes. And then the next point, next element of conservatism, 2.4.4, says in addition, the above factors have not been adjusted by the Department of Transport to account for the impact of COVID-19 on travel. This is likely to result in lower traffic growth actually being realised by 2030 than the values assessed. The flows used for the future junction operational assessments are therefore likely to be an overestimate, and maybe that point is in a sense self-evident, but just in case it's not absolutely clear. So what Tempro obviously looks at growth in traffic over time.
Yes, yeah.
the temporary figures don't take account of COVID, what would you expect an adjustment in the future of Tempro to do to reflect COVID?
Yes, because the basis of the Tempro forecasts is a combination of population growth, car ownership, planning proposals in terms of employment and housing. The COVID impact that stalled a lot of those things would have an impact on what Tempro has assumed would have happened. The department is aware of this and is due to produce revised Tempro forecasts in the autumn of this year. Those aren't available. I would expect those forecasts to show that there was a levelling off, and we're all aware there was a significant drop in traffic movements during the lockdowns, but that may be a blip and traffic flows will return, but you still get that delay because of the slowing down of the economy.
Could I just ask a quick question on Tempro?
Yeah.
Do you know whether there was a specific airport growth element in Tempro or not, or is it sort of more generalised growth?
It's usually more generalised growth based on figures provided to the department by planning authorities about local plan commitments. So because the growth wouldn't have been in the local plan, then that wouldn't have been fed through to allow Tempro to put those airport trips in. But it would have applied to everything else in terms of increased car use, car ownership, and all the other development plans coming forward.
And then I want to move on to a slightly different point to understand how you've applied peak airport flows as against background flows. So could we turn on in the document to PDF page 46? And paragraph 5.1.2. So again, it should be noted that the assessment presented in the following sections is considered to be a robust worst case, as it is based on background traffic growth applied to all existing traffic, including airport. That's the one we've just touched on. Tempro have not been adjusted. We just talked about that. But the third one, busy day August passenger flows applied to the July traffic flows when background traffic levels are higher, preschool holidays. So again, what's the conservative? What's the July-August thing, and why have you applied July airport flows on top of, August airport flows on top of July background flows?
Yes, again, this was another layer of that high-end forecasting robustness that we went through in discussions with officers, that the August traffic flows on the network, typically across the whole country, are generally lower than the July figures pre-school holidays, simply because of that effect, people going on holidays. Traffic flows tend to drop. That's the case in this area, so the traffic count data that is in the transport assessment demonstrates that the August flows are in fact lower. However, it was agreed we would take those pre-holiday higher traffic flows.
You're talking about background flows?
Background traffic flows, in order to, if you like, an extra layer of robustness to say, well, okay, those we want to see what the highest flows are likely to be. Then in terms of the airport traffic, the August flows, as we know, the peak passenger profile shows much higher flows in August, would have been higher. So we applied those August busy day passenger forecasts to those July traffic flows, background flows. So again, we were applying the high-end forecast passenger numbers to the higher traffic count data for July.
Yes. And if you'd applied the July airport flows to the July background flows, what would the result have been?
We would have seen a reduction because the airport passenger flows would have been lower.
And then in that paragraph 5.1.2, the fourth bullet point there, annual average car occupancy group size, applied to August. So the annual average car occupancy has been applied to the August passenger forecast when the group sizes are, when larger group sizes are typical. So again, just slightly unpack this one for us. You can look at group sizes arriving at the airport throughout the year. How do they compare with group sizes of passengers, numbers of passengers in a car going to the airport in August?
So August tends to be, from the data we've seen, the highest month in terms of passenger group size. Right. So it peaks at around 2.3. The figure we've used for the assessments of 1.65 is the average that we had for the year,
right.
Which would therefore mean we have more car trips than you might expect in August, because the group size, i.e. the number of people per car, would be higher, in fact.
Right. And then another element of conservatism, what do you assume in relation to taxis? We know that taxis obviously drop off at the airport. We know that in reality some taxis will pick up passengers and leave, but what does the modelling assume?
In our assessments, we've effectively assumed that they, one leg of their journey doesn't have any passengers in it, so it's an empty leg, if you like. So
Right.
So
what does that do to traffic generation?
What that does is means that for every taxi trip, there are 2 trips, so that if you're being taken to the airport, the taxi takes you to the airport, then that car returns empty. And similarly, if you're arriving at the airport, that taxi will pick you up empty and take you to where you're going. So it's a doubling up of the taxi trips. Clearly, if that could be managed, those taxi trips, if they were carrying passengers in both legs of their journey, that would reduce the number of car trips that we've assessed in our modelling.
And is that actually part of a strategy to try to achieve more efficient use of taxis?
Yes, absolutely. So the airport, through its arrangement with its taxi partner company, Arrow at the moment, is encouraging and trying to ensure that some of those journeys, as many as possible in fact, can be made with passengers in both legs.
Yes. Now, we're going to be looking in a little bit later, and I hope not too much later, at some of the ratios of flow to capacity and queues and delays and things for roundabouts and priority junctions, which are modelled with either Arcady or the Piccadilly model suites. Again, for those, what is the data that is reported for, the peak hour or the interpeak or the AM peak, interpeak or the PM peak?
Yes, so in those model types you referenced, Arcady and Piccadilly, so for roundabouts, Arcady and Piccadilly priority junctions, the forecast traffic flows are input. Those models then, you can input how the flows vary, but what those models do by default is increase the flows within the hour. So if you're modelling 8 till 9, you plug in an hourly flow, and then the model automatically factors that flow up by 12.5% in the middle half hour, which is why you tend to see in those model outputs that the middle half hour has the worst results, and those are the ones that are reported in the assessments.
So we're obviously looking at the forecast year. We've looked at the highest month for the airport, August. We've put it on top of the July background data. We're then looking at peak hours, AM into peak and PM peak, and within those peak hours we're looking at the peak half an hour. Again, when we look at the RFCs and so on, what should that be telling the inspector about the results, and how does this come back to the point you were making before about looking at that data and understanding the context for those numbers?
Yes, and you know, in my opinion, what that's doing, we're layering on upper end forecasts at every step of the way. What that's doing is when you finally run those junctions and you look at those results, that's the context point I made, that actually you've already layered on robust assessment assumptions all the way through. So when those results show you that that junction is still within capacity, that gives you some confidence, or gives you a lot of confidence, in fact, that that will in fact be the case.
And just a final element of conservatism. Maybe for this we look at your rebuttal, paragraph 2.2.48. It was a point I think the Councillor Mr. Collis was making, so page 13 of your rebuttal, point that was being made about the RFCs that are produced in the way that you've just described for junction 1, and you make a point there in paragraph 2.2.48, 2.2.49 about another element of double counting, which you then adjust in table 2.1. Again, could you just explain to the inspector what's been done there? Why is that a conservatism for junction 1?
Yes, for junction 1 in particular. So what the modelling presented in the TAA assumed is that a lot of that airport traffic growth would continue to access via junction 1, therefore increasing turning movements and flows at that junction. In reality, what we know, subject to the outcome of this appeal, is that there would be additional parking to the south of the airport and accessing via junction 2. What that means is those turning flows at junction 1 reduce, so the conflicting flows, and they would move to junction 2, turning in and out of the silver zone area. So the reassessment that I presented there in 2.2.49.
But the southbound traffic would still have to go through junction 1 to get to junction 2, wouldn't it?
And it would,
except that the turning movement would be different.
absolutely. So the
Would
southbound traffic heading straight
ahead
on wouldn't then be opposing the northbound traffic that wanted to go straight on.
Yeah.
So you get that improvement in operational capacity for the traffic on the A38 going from south to north. So the results presented there in table 2.1 show the impact of reassigning some of those trips to that southern access roundabout.
So I want now, having just given that context to the surface access infrastructure and the performance of that infrastructure, to start talking more directly about the surface access infrastructure. And there are two elements of this into effect. That there are a number of general points, as we discussed with Mr. Collis, and then there are points about particular junctions which tend to be either, as he described them, geometry points or the capacity points, and we'll try and pick these up in some sort of logical way. First point, though, just about the stage of design that the planning application appeal proposals have got to. You said in your evidence that there are a number of places where, yes, obviously you would expect refinements of the design. First point, I suppose, is to what extent is that normal practice, and to what extent was it, agreed with the Highway Authority?
Yes, on most of the certainly the development projects I work on, it is normal practice to provide or work up a concept design, in this case slightly beyond that, to a point where you've agreed the scheme with officers, there's been a dialogue between officers, and the design has been agreed and assessed, and that is normal practice. It's normal practice at the planning application stage to understand that there will be further detailed design, refinement and development required should you gain consent, and that's part of the normal process of any consenting process for a highway improvement scheme associated with the development.
And in your view, to what extent is there the ability, if it's necessary, to refine the design further within the red line boundary and the CPO boundary?
Yeah, that's quite important. The red line boundary and indeed the CPO boundary are determined by not just the scheme you've drawn, but to build in a bit of flexibility in terms of what may need to be changed going forwards. So you wouldn't want a hard boundary that prevents you from making any alterations at all. So when you do look at the red line boundary, you can see that there is width either side of the extent of the proposed works, and similarly with the CPO land, which would allow that to happen.
And can we now turn to the council's major route network proposal? So first of all, there was a very helpful document that Mr. Henderson circulated on Tuesday, which was in effect your proof appendix E, but he helpfully reproduced it on a separate piece of paper. And then there's a document that was sent to us, again, helpfully by the council yesterday, which has now got the inquiry number INQ 049. I think you've actually got a printout of it, but
Yes.
The inspectors won't have that. Just see if the inspectors can bring that up. And that document is a WSP document for North Somerset Council, dated the, it's quite small, 23rd, I think, of the 6th, 2021, and one can look at the design of the improvements. My understanding is that this is the design that underlies the consultation. You can see the design. One can compare it with the CTAS document of the appeal proposal improvements, and just get you to comment on those two.
Yes, yeah, I have looked at the two drawings side by side. They are a different scale, the printed copies I have, but it's pretty apparent to me that they are one and the same scheme. The widening is in the same place, the number of lanes is the same, the traffic islands that are included and introduced look the same, the pedestrian cycle facilities that are being put in are the same. The embankments shown look the same to me, the retaining wall positions and steps to the tavern look the same.
I think the splitter island in West Lane that Mr. Collis criticised, does that appear in the WSP drawing?
Yes, that looks slightly different shape, but it's there. The only real difference I can see there is a colour scheme and the absence of the yellow box junction, but to all intents and purposes, those are the same.
Now, obviously, one must note, as you have said about your own design, that the notes on the right-hand side, note 2 says these proposals are subject to change following further design development, but having looked at that and bearing in mind this is the basis of the council's own scheme, what does that tell you? What should that tell the inspectors about the highway authority's expectations of being able to overcome any minor design issues and produce an acceptable scheme?
Well, it would be very unusual to draw a scheme up to this level of detail if you were expecting significant changes to be required. So I would expect that design development to involve some checks for compliance, some maybe tweaks of islands, some slight differences to lane markings and widths potentially, but you wouldn't expect significant alterations.
Can we then look at the strategic outline business case? So that should be document INQ048, that again was very helpfully sent to us last night. This is obviously earlier than June
Yes.
2021, which is why I say it would appear that that plan, the WSP plan, doesn't go with this, although I don't know, it could be just a later reproduction of an earlier plan. But can we just see what that document says? And I will just go, first of all, I don't have all the PDF pages on this because obviously I've only seen it quite recently, but if we turn to PDF page 17,
Yes.
PDF page 17, towards the bottom, development of scheme so far. And this is the outline, the strategic outline business case. This is the bid for funding, isn't it, I think?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Yeah. Right at the bottom, there's a tick in the box. We've settled on a preferred option or alignment, possibly with some minor design elements left to be decided, e.g. junction type. So again, what does this tell us about what North Somerset Council is telling the government, or is telling the funders about this scheme?
Well, that's telling government you've gone to the furthest level of development for this stage. In fact, it's worth referring to the three boxes above that to explain what those earlier stages, particularly the box immediately above, which talks about sifting down to a small number of options with precise alignments, but have not yet settled on a preferred option. Now we're clearly in box 4 here, where the preferred option and alignment has been settled on, and the key bit there is possibly with some minor design elements left to decide. So as I said, no fundamental changes that would prevent that scheme being delivered.
And then paragraph 2. Section 2.9, so PDF page 53, is talking about section 2.9, constraints land assembly. Most of the land required for the MRN scheme is currently under the control of North Somerset Council and Somerset County Council as highway authorities. There is also land already in the ownership of Bristol Airport. If the SOBC is successful, Bristol Airport has agreed in principle to transfer land to North Somerset Council as highway authority to enable the downside road improvement. So
Yes.
clearly the two parties working together, and 293, a further parcel of land is required upon which Bristol Airport has commenced negotiations to acquire. And then if we just turn over the page, the PDF page, to paragraph 2.9.5, just touches on the planning position. The A38 downside road scheme will require planning permission as it involves the
construction of a new road outside the current highway boundary, this will be secured by Bristol Airport. So
Yes.
the bid to government for funding is telling government that it's Bristol Airport that will secure the planning permission
Yes.
for the downside road
scheme.
We go on to paragraph 4.3.1. So this is PDF page 71. And again, 431, downside road junction improvement scheme is subject to planning approval. Planning application from Bristol Airport that includes the scheme component is already under consideration by the council. Due to work outside the highway boundary, procurement of all the design and construction services will be required to develop, design and deliver the improvements. This will need to be undertaken in a timely and coordinated manner and will need to dovetail into the existing governance protocols.
So, again, what's this telling the inspectors about the council's views about the scheme that the Bristol Airport is promoting here at this appeal?
Well, it's certainly more than implying that the two are one and the same. The MRN scheme that's subject to this SOBC is the same scheme as the Bristol Airport improvement scheme, and that it's acknowledged that it's at a reasonably advanced stage of design, and that the next step is to go into detailed design and construction.
Again, I just take you to another passage. Forgive me, I don't have all the correct paragraph or PDF page references, so it's just taking a little bit longer than normal. PDF page 79. Paragraph 4.7.1, the council's telling government it's not anticipated that CPO will be required. Land is either in the ownership of Somerset, North Somerset Council, Somerset County Council and the airport. Bristol Airport is negotiating to acquire remaining third-party land for the downside road improvement. If the bid is successful, Bristol Airport will transfer the land in its ownership and needed to deliver the downside road improvements to North Somerset.
Council, again, we've been presented with this sort of avalanche of minor criticisms of the design.
Yes.
What's the position of the Highway Authority officers, and what are they telling government in relation to their bid for funding for this entire scheme?
They're telling government that they're satisfied that that scheme as designed is the scheme they intend to deliver. They're telling government that they are working with Bristol Airport on this scheme, and they're aware that Bristol Airport is negotiating to acquire the land required to build the scheme. So it's very clearly one and the same thing.
And when does told us that they're relying on us for the planning permission and us to deliver certain elements of land. When does the funding have to be secured by under this particular funding scheme?
There will be conditions attached to any funding from government, and those will set out when that money has to be spent, i.e. the scheme has to be built. The programme for that will be in the offer letter, but I understand the MRN schemes typically work on an annual cycle, so this would need to be built probably by March 25 or earlier, or March 24, depending on the funding round.
So what are the potential consequences for the bid for the A38 network, the A38 sort of improvement, corridor improvement, of refusal of planning permission?
Well, what that would mean for the business case for this major road network bid is that would have to be taken into account. So they, as the Transport Authority, would have to start the process again of applying for planning permission for that scheme and acquiring the land needed to deliver that scheme.
All right. Let's move on to the slightly more prosaic topic of swept path analysis. This is one of these areas of criticism now, apparently, by the council. In your proof of evidence, Appendix D, sorry, or is it rebuttal Appendix D? I think it's rebuttal Appendix D. No.
Yeah, I think it is.
Mr. Witchell's
proof.
My next question is, where did you produce the swept path analysis? Which appendix are they in?
They are in Appendix D of the proof of evidence.
They are. Sorry, I've obviously just pulled out the wrong. I've obviously pulled out the wrong. Sorry, I apologise. Of course, it's this.
Yes, it's page 295.
Yes, it's this. I do apologise. I'd written the right thing and then completely forgotten where it was. You set out there. So,
page numbers, which
295
on your rebuttal or on your original?
on the main proof of evidence.
sorry, I was looking at your appendices in your CPO proof of evidence. It's your main proof of evidence. Yeah. Appendix D. Look, a number of criticisms made of this and potential conflicts and so on. Can you just set out broadly your position on how those would be resolved, and B, the likelihood of these conflicts happening? A particular example that Mr. Collis put was HGVs emerging from West Lane or moving into West Lane. Just talk the inspectors briefly through those points.
Yes, yeah. It is always valid to check swept paths when you're designing a new junction, and they form an important part of the design and design development process. In cases where you have, in this case, West Lane, a road with relatively low numbers of such large vehicles, that would be taken into consideration, but that doesn't take away the requirement to allow those vehicles to make those turns without increasing risk to other users. So those swept path analyses are important. Where, as in this case, and Mr. Collis has raised concern, and it's identified that some of those turns may lead to some overhang issues, you might want to, in that design development, detailed design process, have a look at that to mitigate the risk of that happening. In the case of West Lane on page 295, where that vehicle was shown to swing out slightly, you may in that case look to change the lane widths, the lane markings, and potentially change the alignment of the road slightly to ensure that doesn't pose a risk. Again, in context, that lorry will be coming up in that outside lane and the vehicles will be behind it, so it will be making a right-hand turn with traffic behind it. To be in that risk position, you'd have to overtake it and get immediately alongside it. So again, it's an assessment of level of risk and likelihood as well. But I would say those issues where those red lines do encroach can be dealt with through that detailed design development, with some moving of curb lines and tweaking of islands.
Does the appeal proposal add numbers of HGVs along West Lane?
No, it doesn't.
And, you know, overall, if one's looking at the safety of this junction, either with or without the improvements, how do the two compare?
Well, as I say, I think the whole context of the improvement is important. So this is both an improvement in terms of capacity and safety, because we're introducing there a new safe pedestrian crossing on the northern leg of that junction. We're introducing a pedestrian crossing on West Lane that doesn't exist at the moment. And it's a controlled traffic signal environment. So if you look at the overall context, it's a big improvement in terms of safety for all road users.
And then,
Can I just ask a question on West Lane?
of course,
Yes.
You said the development not going to increase, not forecast to increase HGVs along West Lane. That was one of the questions I put to the council witness, and he said that with the traffic survey, I don't know if you remember that
Yes,
part, he said
yeah.
it was a traffic survey that had picked up that there were, not HGVs necessarily, but commercial size vehicles using West Lane. Is there any comment on that?
Yes, I think that's correct. In terms of the classified counts that we undertook, that did show some use of West Lane by HGVs. I think Mr. Collis said 30 vehicles a day from memory, and that sounds about right to me.
Mm.
So yes, there are some HGVs using that route. It is not a designated HGV route network. It's
No.
that they should really be on the A38 MRN, so it's more likely to be used by HGVs that need to use it for access.
Yeah, but there's not an industrial estate down
Oh,
there. that we
no,
know
there's
of, is there?
nothing.
So-
There's nothing substantial down there that would generate large numbers.
And has anybody done any swept paths for the existing junction layout? So would the same problems occur in terms of theoretical overrun of these? This is two articulated lorries, isn't it? This is the
Yes,
largest
yes,
possible vehicle on the road. Would they come up against the same problems on the existing layout?
Yes, they haven't been done, so I'm giving you my opinion on what they would
Because-
show. But the road is narrower at the moment. It has a narrow right turn lane and a single through lane. So the same issue would arise on the existing junction layout, that if an HGV turned right and traffic were coming up the inside, there would be that similar risk.
Yeah. I'm very sorry, with the door, I didn't hear, did you say they had or they hadn't been done? I'm sorry. I didn't
They
hear.
haven't been done.
They haven't, thank you.
and next topic, just road safety audit, and we have all of those documents, the road safety audit, the designer's response, and then the NSC officers' points in the appendices to your CPO proof of evidence, which is why I had that open earlier. So Appendix F is the road safety audit. Appendix G of the CPO proof of evidence is the designer's response. And Appendix I is the NSC response to points. And there was an issue that arose about why the filter or merge lane from junction 1 had been taken out between revision 8 and revision 11. Could you just look at your CPO proof appendix I, which is the Highway Authority's comments? Do you have that one?
Want me to turn that up as well?
briefs.
So if Mr. Witchells can give you the PDF reference, I suggest you just write down the PDF reference and we can read necessary parts and you can look at it.
Yes, it starts on 115.
And there's, under the heading 1.3 comments, and then under that, 1, risk of side swipe and merge type accidents, there's some black text, some red text, and then a green word that says accepted.
Yes.
Don't read it all out, but can you just explain whose is the black text, whose is the red text, whose is the green text, and what was being said, what was the outcome, and the inspectors can then look it up in due course.
Yes, so the black text is the comments from the engineering team at North Somerset, initial comments on the junction layout as issued to them. The red text is then the response from Bal's design team, CTAS, on their response to that, how they've changed the layout, or whether the layout needs to be changed, and then the green text below that is NSC's position on that response, and in this case, risk of sideswipe and merge type accidents. This is referring to junction 1. It says accepted.
So we can see the concern was this, I think, filter lane that then merges. The black text ends with, it is required that the arrangement is redesigned so that airport traffic must give way to the A38 traffic, which will reduce the merging and weaving. That was reflected in revision 11, and
yes.
Then the council come back saying accepted. So what was your understanding? The issue was the change between version 8 and version 11. What was the reason for the change in version 11?
Yes, the reason was the dialogue. There are two pieces to it. There's the road safety audit dialogue and then the dialogue with NSC's own engineering team, both of which raised concerns. And then there was a clear message from the North Somerset team as Highway Authority that it is required to remove that left turn filter lane. It was on the original scheme coming out of the airport.
Yes.
And so that all airport traffic gave way to the main road, and that change was made in revision 11.
And then, because there had been that filter lane, the road was wider at that point, the crossing point, the existing crossing point at that point had been removed.
Yes.
And the RSA raised a concern about that being in effect a desire line. And
yes.
So what did revision 11 do in terms of the crossing point?
Yes, the road safety audit noticed that as the desire line, and at the time, the scheme they audited, it was proposed to move that crossing further north, further away from the airport. So they flagged up that there would be a risk of people continuing to try to use the existing crossing, even though you'd now introduced an extra lane to get across with the filter lane. So they said you either need to do something where that filter lane is to put an additional crossing in, or you need to put some guard railing up to stop it being used. In the event, it was North Somerset saying the filter lane needs to be taken out, the scheme then reverts back to the layout as is there today with that existing crossing.
Now, the suggestion has been put that in some way the design is, or its assessment inadequate or whatever, because there hasn't been a further RSA at this stage. Just your comment on that.
Yes, I mean, I've said in my evidence that the RSA was produced. NSC, as the Highway Authority with their own engineering experts, have commented on the layout. The scheme has been developed taking both into account, both the RSA and North Somerset's engineering team, and developed to a design stage that is accepted by North Somerset officers. Therefore, the scheme, as it stands, has taken account of those things. The designer's response has been prepared. it is at a stage now where we go into the next stage of design, where I have said I would expect another road safety audit to be undertaken on the final scheme once that's been signed off.
Then, moving on, and perhaps we can deal with this really briefly, number of comments on walking, cycling and horse riding provision, and you can see what is proposed on Mr. Henderson's plan, your Appendix E. I suppose the short point is this: how does what is proposed in terms of walking, cycling and horse riding compare with the existing? And you know, is this well, how does it compare?
Yeah, as you'd expect with an improvement scheme, there is not only a capacity improvement but a significant improvement for pedestrian and cycle safety. So I won't go into every detail, but the scheme introduces a new pedestrian cycle lane all along the western side between the airport and into Downside Road. It introduces a new Toucan crossing over the A38 with a splitter island in the middle.
And if we're looking at this plan, if we look in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a little pedestrian cycle facility kind of breakout box.
Absolutely.
So the inspector can easily see the
You can see the routes. And
Sorry,
again,
I interrupted you.
And sorry, that continues. So where the new splitter island and Toucan crossing is, it introduces a new traffic signal controlled crossing on Downside Road, which doesn't exist at the moment. A new footway is provided from Downside Road through to just north of West Lane. A new pedestrian crossing across the A38 at West Lane that isn't there now. A new crossing on West Lane itself that isn't there now. And then in the section between West Lane and Downside Road, where the Airport Tavern is, that at the moment is completely open with traffic driving on and off, directly off the A38 into a pub car park. And that's been completely taken out and made safe with a new access provided on Downside Road. So again, an improvement for pedestrians and cyclists using that new footpath along the western edge.
And of course, as we saw earlier, the inspectors can compare this with what the council itself is
Yes.
proposing. But in overall terms, an improvement?
Oh, absolutely, yes. Without question, there's an improvement in facilities.
There were the points made on slower growth. I really don't think we need to go through that. So I'm just going to come now to some of the individual junctions, and there are points on geometry and there are points on design. Let's see, geometry, let's see if we can take these pretty quickly. So junction 1, that's the A38 and the airport's northern roundabout. A point on levels and embankments. Can those changes in levels be accommodated within the scheme red line?
Yes, I've gone into a bit of detail on these points in my rebuttal, para 2.2.43, where I look at the drawings, the same drawings that Mr. Collis had, where that shows the spot levels on the highway and in the surrounding areas. And that shows that in that case, a level difference of a maximum of 2 metres with at least 6 metres space to introduce a fairly shallow embankment and indeed introduce vehicle restraint barrier if needed.
And the width, the design, the width of the footpath cycleway in that area, we can see it on this plan, but just so the inspectors have a note of it.
Yes, it's in para 2.2.40. I think Mr. Collis has accepted now that that does meet standards, that proposed new footpath cycleway.
And what is the width?
The total width is 3.5 metres, which includes a half-metre safety strip. So a total 3-metre width, which is in accordance with, in fact, the design standard that wasn't available at the time, LTN 120, which is the guideline now for cycleway design.
Okay. And any Are there any unacceptable safety concerns with what is proposed at junction 1?
No, I don't believe so.
Capacity, let's just have a look at, if we may, what the flows are. So we need CD 2.20.3 again.
Where are we here, Mr. Humphries? What?
Yes, CD 2.20.3, so it's the TA addendum. Yeah. And for each of these junctions where it's relevant, I'm just going to take us to the RFCs and the flows to see what they are. So PDF page 48, so 2.20.3.
Yeah.
PDF page 48, and you should have there table 5.2, Bristol Airport roundabout improvement scheme test case. So this is the 2030 with development.
Yes.
Case. You can see there in the RFC column 2 of the RFCs that Mr. Collis drew attention to, the 0.94 and the 0.89.
Yes.
Had your earlier comment about, you know, the worst case assumptions, including in particular at this junction, the double counting of traffic, but even with that worst case, even with that double counting, what are, in that peak of peaks, what are the queue lengths?
Well, the maximum model queue there is 13.9 in those 2 lanes approaching on the A38 North. So
is it 13.9 in each lane, or is that
no, that's the total queue
total
on that
queue
on that
across
approach.
the 2 lanes? On that one A38 North, and then the next highest queue is on the A38 South, both of these in the PM peak.
Yes, and that's 7.5.
And how does that compare if we were to look back to table 5.1? And we have the existing scheme there. Is it materially different?
No, it's not. The main changes to roundabout 1, the main improvement is to where you exit to the north. Instead of that going from 2 lanes into 1 as you head north on the A38, to have that as a 2-lane exit to improve the capacity on that section, and also on entering the airport to widen that entry into the airport to ensure traffic can enter the airport without any risk of queuing back onto the A38. So in terms of the junction itself, the capacity of the junction, those are the main improvements, the exit capacity.
And then if we go through briefly the same exercise with junction 4A, so this is A38 Downside Road, on geometry, similar points about levels. Again, what's your view about the ability to accommodate the change in levels?
Well, again, yes, I've looked at the levels on the drawings and the width shown on the drawings for any required embankments or cuttings or retaining walls, and those are sufficient, that they can be accommodated, and those level differences won't pose a problem at all.
And are there any unacceptable residual safety issues as a result of the improvement at this junction?
Well, again, the junction is designed to improve safety in the majority of cases, so no, I don't believe so.
And
then again, let's look at capacity, just get to the right table, so it's in the same document, the TA addendum. We need PDF page 53 now, which is A38 West Lane and Downside Road improvements. So the table looks at both of them. 2030 test case is with the development. Just get you to comment there on, we can see what the RFCs are and the queues.
Comments on those queue lengths, bear in mind these are obviously peaks for the peak month and the peak half hour within the peak hour.
Yes, again, this is the improvement scheme proposed, so as you would expect, the queues and delays and degrees of saturation show a substantial improvement against the no development case.
And
those.
if the inspectors want to see the no development case for Downside Road, that's table 5.5, I think, is that right?
Yes, it is.
And we can see table 5.5, titles on PDF page 50, but the table's on page 51 for Downside Road. We can see there some, in the reference case, in this case, so without
Yes.
the development, we can see the queue lengths there. Again, general point is there any unacceptable or severe adverse impact on the network as a result of the development?
Yes, in that case, the unimproved layout, in all three peaks, that junction is over capacity. The practical reserve capacity column PRC, minus 8.8, minus 10.9, minus 41.6 is saying that junction is over capacity in all three of those peaks. And that would lead to potentially long queues in those peak periods, as suggested in the summary results there. And clearly, if you added the development without improving that junction, those queues and delays would get worse.
And table 5.6 is the same without improvement data for the junction 4B, West Lane. And again, if we're looking at the reference column, so without the 2030 reference case, so without the proposed expansion of the airport, what's that telling us? We seem to have there, I don't know whether that's a printing error, seem to have two RFC columns rather than a
Yes, there is.
queue column.
There is. Those figures are actually presented. They're presented in the this is the TAA. Actually, if you look at the main evidence, the corrected table is in there. Apologies
oh, right,
for that.
in your proof of evidence.
Yeah, let me just find the reference if I can.
So we better just note that for the inspectors and take them to the corrected.
Is this table 5.8?
Sorry, table 5.6
Oh, 6.
in the TAA,
Yeah.
which is West End Lane. You can see under the reference case, there's obviously an error in the table. It's got two columns for RFC. It should have one for RFC and one for queuing. But I think in table, yes, in Mr.
Oh, yeah.
Witchell's proof at page 43, he's put in a corrected table 5.5, so you just need to make a little note on that. A correct table 5.5, and you can see there with the existing road layout, but with no expansion of the airport,
the queuing lengths at West Lane, and again, comment on the, the improvement and the effect of the improvement over what would happen if there was no improvement.
Yes, so again, a similar position here where you can see in the reference case, the junction is over capacity in this case, the interpeak and PM peak showing very long queues, which will get worse with the development to go ahead without improvement at that junction. And then if you compare that table 5.5 with the improved scheme, that junction works within capacity and is managed much better with much shorter queues, so a significant improvement in capacity.
Yes. And then, so we've touched on junction 5B, and we've looked, because we were looking at the tables anyway, that the capacity aspects, Mr. Collis's points on geometry, design, footpaths and cycleway, comparing what's proposed as against existing, again, is how do they compare?
Again, as I mentioned earlier in describing the scheme, there are new facilities for both pedestrians and cyclists being introduced into this scheme. New safe crossing points, a toucan, which is for cyclists and pedestrians, which isn't there at the moment. The widening of the creation of a footway cycleway on the western side between Downside Road and the airport that isn't there at the moment. So we're improving the junction for, as I say, not just capacity, but also for pedestrians and cyclists using that junction.
And specifically in relation to West Lane?
Yeah, in terms of West Lane, of course, there is no controlled crossing facility there at all, either on West Lane or on the A38 main road. So we're introducing traffic signal crossings for pedestrians on both of those sides.
And then one of Mr. Collis's points on these junctions is because of crossings that you haven't modelled or included in the modelling the effect of call up of the crossing, in other words, reduced green time, and you included, I think, three groups crossing. You then undertook a sensitivity with 5 to 6. Again, what's the effect on capacity compared with what we have at the moment?
Yeah, again, I mean, the starting point for this, of course, was the engagement and dialogue with North Somerset officers and Jacobs, and it was agreed with them that because the pedestrian flows were so low that they didn't require us to model those. What I have done, as you suggest there, is I have looked at that junction and allowed for that pedestrian stage on West Lane to be called up and included that in the modelling. So the revised modelling now, with the slightly altered layout that I've included also, shows that junction still operates within capacity and still represents a substantial improvement over the existing situation.
How much green time was that sensitivity test? Or how many cycles?
So it allows for that stage being called between 5 and 6 times in an hour.
5 to 6 times an hour, and then in the other test it was 3. Did you say it was three times an hour?
No, in the original test it wasn't called up at all.
It wasn't done at all, but then sensitivity.
Now in the revised test, what I've done is say, okay, if we know it's not going to be called up every cycle, but we know from the flows it may be called up occasionally, so allowing for that 5 or 6 times within the hour. that can be modelled, and that's what these results show, that it's still within capacity.
Sorry, sir, that may have been me being slightly not putting it accurately. It wasn't modelled, but that was because there were only three observed crossings.
Yes.
So it wasn't modelled, but then it was modelled with 5 to 6.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir, if I didn't make that clear. And then there are Mr. Witchell's detailed points about, I don't know, West Lane splitter islands and merge lanes, and you've set out your position on those in your rebuttal. I don't think we need to go to that. Junction 5, Barrow Street, I think is now agreed. So Junction 6, A38 Barrow Lane, and I think the query here is really, look, existing long queues. It's not suggested that any more traffic will emerge from Barrow Lane. I think Mr. Collis's point is that more traffic on the A38 will make it difficult, or more difficult for vehicles to emerge. Why is no improvement proposed there?
Well, again, this was a dialogue with North Somerset officers. We are, as an airport, we're not adding traffic to the Barrow Lane leg of that junction. It is an existing junction with some queuing on it, and that queuing will clearly get worse if the traffic flows go up due to background traffic growth, which is reflected in the modelling. Our discussion with officers was, well, if we had to improve it, you would probably have to signalise it, which means introducing another junction onto the A38, which would introduce delays to the major road network. And I think in the officers' report, in their words that I reference in 2.2.90, their phrase is, on balance, no mitigation of this junction is necessary, which we agree with, that the changes would be detrimental to the A38 traffic flows, and it may indeed lead to more traffic trying to use that route, and that may be undesirable.
And the queues on that arm are on the minor road, aren't they? Trying to get out.
They are, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Is there any? Sorry. Have you looked at whether there would be, given you're improving the West Lane junction, your transport assessment demonstrates that's going to operate within capacity? Would there be any likelihood of rerouting onto the A38 that way, out of Winford? Would that improvement have-
Potentially, yes. I mean, the traffic on Barrow Lane tends to be, because of the alignment heading northwards, tends to be coming out and turning to the right. So some of that may indeed divert onto the new West Lane junction, which gives it more opportunity to get out safely. So there could be some reassignment effect there.
And Mr. Witchells, I don't suggest you look it up because of time, but if the inspectors want to look in the strategic outline business case, INQ048, PDF page 40, so INQ048, PDF page 40, figure 2.1, they will see that the council's own scheme does not include the improvement of the junction with Barrow Lane.
That's correct. When we looked at the consultation material on the website, the junction wasn't going to be improved.
Junction 7, yes, this is the one where we get to look at some figures. Junction 7, this is the A38, A4174. So we need to go to your rebuttal,
please. And paragraph 2.2.92, and which is page 19 in the paper copy, and figure 2.1, which is the Linsig queues. Just wait for people to get that. So it's paragraph 2.2.92 of the rebuttal.
Yep.
And you can see there, figure 2.1, the three charts. Can you just sort of talk the inspectors through? I mean, you might want to explain what is the vertical axis and what is the horizontal axis. I suspect the inspectors know this well, but just help so that it's on the record, and therefore what do the lilac shapes tell us?
Yes, so these three charts relate to what we call the circulatory carriageway of the signalised roundabout, so the bit in the middle. And these are for the PM peak, which is the worst of the results for that junction. Each of those is showing one of those internal circulatory areas. On the left-hand side, the 0 up to 14 on the first one, 0 to 10 on the second and third. So that's the queue in PCUs. So those are in bands of 2. So the first one would be 2 PCUs, a queue of two cars. And then the axis, the y-axis, is the signal cycle time, and that's in 10-second bands within that signal cycle.
So does a green band along the bottom mean the lights have gone green?
Yes, so where it's green, as you'd expect, green signal, and the white is when it's not green, it's red.
So in the first chart, just so that we get the feel for it, and then you can explain the other ones, we can see when the light is red, or white as it is there, we're getting a queue of, is there on average 1.5, 2 vehicles?
But because those are, I think those are 2, so I think that's 3 PCUs.
Three PCUs, so we're getting 3, and then the light goes green.
Yes.
And what happens then? We can see the shape goes up, but what's happening? I think you've described that as, in the text, as a moving queue. So what's happening?
Yeah, absolutely. This is rather like when you've got a funnel with water, with some water in it, and you've got your thumb over it. So if it's a funnel with a small amount of water in, not causing any problem. What this is effectively saying, well, now we're starting to pour water in the top, i.e. traffic's arriving to the back of the queue, you take your thumb off, so that water starts to peak and then drops back down to 0. And what this is showing you is that as soon as that traffic light goes green, when the queue is 3 PCUs in that left-hand one, that traffic is arriving to join a moving queue, and it's discharging, so that means that queue is completely gone by the time you get to the end of that peak in the cycle there.
Okay. So the next chart shows us that towards the end of the red light period, we're getting, these are again bands of 2 PCUs, so we're getting a queue of 4 cars, and the light goes green, and then what happens?
In the second chart there,
Yeah.
you've got a very small queue because it's below the 2, if you like, below the 1 even. So you've got a very low static queue when it's red. Traffic starts to arrive in that middle chart. You can see where it starts to increase the queue, and that does take you up to a maximum queue of 4 in that case, and that's there for a matter of that 10-second period of the green where the traffic is discharging. And then what's important is you can see that it's still green and there's no more traffic and no more queue. So it's on green, there's no traffic arriving, it's completely cleared. so it's not blocking anything, most importantly.
And I think we're all kind of getting the hang of it now, but the third chart, just so that the inspectors have the explanation.
Ironically, third chart's slightly more interesting because it's got two sets of arriving traffic from upstream stop lines, as we call them. So again, in the first case, traffic starts to arrive during the red, and then as soon as that signal goes green, more traffic arrives, and that moving queue discharges back down to zero before that next wave, very small wave of traffic arrives during the next red, and that completely discharges again as soon as the light goes green.
So, again, Mr. Witchells, as far as junction 7 is concerned, do we have
A severe adverse effect on the highway network from the proposed development?
No, we don't. That junction still operates within capacity, even under those robust upper end traffic flow forecasts we've prepared.
then junction 13? I think that one's now agreed. Can I just then move us on from those ones and just get you briefly to touch on a topic that the inspector raised earlier this week, which is M5 junction 22, and the position between the airport and Highways England. The airport signed a statement of common ground, and that includes a draft condition. What was the nature of the discussion with Highways England on this junction?
Yeah, so again, it was through early dialogue. Highways England made it quite clear that they and the authorities had been looking at the impact of local plan growth in the area, and that particular junction would require a capacity improvement because of that planned growth. The 12 million passengers application wasn't in that planned growth in terms of the local plan, so it was additional to that local plan development. Highways England's position, therefore, was that a mitigation scheme at that junction needed to be in place at some point in time during the growth of the airport passenger numbers, and that they particularly made the point that if the airport didn't acknowledge that, then of course that would mean that they would raise an objection to the scheme.
Thank you. So overall, having gone through all the junctions and looked at geometry and capacity design, does the proposed development have an unacceptable impact on safety?
No.
And would the residual cumulative impact on the road network be severe?
No.
Let's move on then to parking. So I don't know whether you'll want to pause at all.
How long have we got left?
I need to deal with the parking and the public transport, which is not huge, but it'll take time. I hadn't, when I made my estimate, obviously I didn't know about the major route network documents, which we actually spent about 15-20 minutes on. So
Let's have a break. Shall we have 20 minutes?
thank you. And I apologise for doing
No,
that. As I
that's
say, I
fine.
just
Just
didn't
before we
expect
break, can I just ask a question about Highways England then, just while we're on that, because probably whilst it's in the minds rather than coming back to it. You just told me what Highways England said. What was your opinion then of what they were telling you? You didn't tell me that important part.
Yes, our opinion was that we'd forecast the increases in traffic at that junction, and we were suggesting to them that those were not significant increases.
Right.
They took a different view and said, well, in the context at that junction, will be over capacity. We do think those are significant and could lead to severe impacts on that network. So they required us to agree a position that an improvement scheme would be implemented as part of either by them or by the local authority or as part of our development.
So was this a case of agreeing to something you didn't necessarily agree with because you didn't want to come to an inquiry with an objection from Highways England?
No, it wasn't that simple. It was more a case of accepting that there was an impact, understanding their position about what they deemed to be severe, which was related to this potential queuing back onto the motorway network, and additional traffic onto those potential standing queues was, in their view, a severe safety issue.
Have they shown you modelling work to demonstrate that?
They didn't show us detailed modelling. They advised us that that had been undertaken, and
They just said, you're going to generate extra traffic at this junction, you need to improve it.
Yeah, and based on our
And you said, okay.
increases. It wasn't as simple as us simply saying okay. We said, you know, their starting position was any additional traffic is unacceptable. Therefore, we couldn't go beyond 10 million. And our position was that's, we don't believe that's tenable. We do believe we can add some traffic to that junction without having a severe impact. And we suggested that there should be an acceptance of some level of increase at that junction. And we came to an agreed position with them over what they deemed to be an acceptable increase of around about 30 vehicles in the peak on those slip roads.
Do you know what that is as a percentage?
It varies by peak hour and time of day, but it's anything between about 2 and 5%, depending on which slip road you look at.
Did they ever discuss, I mean, I will ask this on Friday if we get somebody from there, but did they ever discuss, given they had a scheme for that roundabout anyway, which was linked to the development, development plan growth in Sedgemoor, did they not then discuss a proportional contribution to that scheme based on your impact?
Yeah.
Would that not have been a sort of an equitable way to have gone about it?
Yes,
There was an impact.
at the time they were, and still remain of the view that that scheme is in development and is going to go ahead and is going to be delivered. They hadn't requested a contribution. We'd said we'd asked when it was likely to be implemented, and it was deemed subject to their detailed design and then acquiring the funding. So we didn't get into detail of whether they needed a contribution. Their position was, well, you know, we're planning to implement this scheme anyway. If it's implemented, we haven't got a problem. If for any reason it's not implemented, they would look to the airport to either ensure it's implemented or come up with an alternative.
Okay. Right, let's take 20 minutes then and come back at 10 to, just after 10 to. Inquiries adjourned. Okay, inquiry is resumed. Over to you, Mr. Humphreys.
Mr. Witchells, parking now, and here the issues are perhaps fairly clearly defined between the parties, and therefore we can take it at a slightly higher level. I took Mr. Collis through the PDS and the methodology in the parking demand study. I don't need to ask you about that, but can we just briefly touch on what the ultimate output of the parking demand study update was and the provision? So could we look at document CD 2.23? 2.23.
Turn, I think, to page 24.
Yeah, page 24, table 5. So
We get there to the overall picture, and we can see the build-up over time of park and fly parking demand, ending at 2030 of a peak demand. It's obviously not the annual demand, it's a peak demand on parking spaces of 22.2 thousand spaces, and then the total capacity
with the new proposed parking development, which we know comprises MSCP 3, and then the year-round use of the part of the Silver Zone which is known as Cog Loop 1, and the extension of the Silver Zone car parking known as Cog Loop 2, the total peak capacity is 22,300 spaces. And just your, I suppose, comment on whether there is over provision in the planning application as against forecast demand.
No, I don't believe there is. So these figures here are showing you that forecast peak demand, as you say, of 22,200 against a
Just speak up a little bit.
sorry,
Mr.
against a planned provision of 22,300, which is a very less, I think, around 0.5% of spare capacity in there. The other factor to take into account here is that these forecasts don't include additional numbers for off-site car parking, so I don't believe that is an over-provision at all.
And you, as you tell us, then carried out your own, I think what you call validation exercise, which you tell us about in section 7.2 of your proof of evidence, where you, which is on page 72 of your evidence, where you looked at the PDS update forecasts, and then you tested those using your own methodology to see if the results were robust. Again, the inspectors obviously will have read this, and they'll have seen the full analysis which you set out at Appendix B, but can you just briefly explain why you did this and what you did and what it tells the inspectors about the the provision that we are proposing.
Yes. One of the reasons I did this is to satisfy myself that the figures produced by Teneo were robust, and the other reason was that there was some criticism that there was a discrepancy or a difference of approach between the TA, the transport assessment, and the parking demand. So I did that check just to see what my figures would have produced. So as I've described, my figures are primarily in agreement with North Somerset Council officers, designed to do robust, let's call them worst case assessments of highways impacts, so they're using upper end estimates of car use, car trips. So before I'd even started this check, I had expected my numbers to produce a bigger number in terms of car park demand, and that is indeed what I found. That had I used my figures that I'd used in the junction testing, then that would have led to a higher requirement for parking compared with the numbers that Teneo have produced.
And I think the figures are in effect summarised in your proof at paragraph 7.2.5. You would have produced a demand for spaces that was, I don't know, very approximately 1,500 spaces more than Teneo
Yes.
produced. And again, we know what the proposed parking provision is, MSCP 3, and the two Silver Zone developments that I identified just now. Can you just talk us through the proposed approach to the phasing of additional car parking? And we've obviously got a session on conditions and to some extent obligations tomorrow, but just outline for the inspector what the approach is, the phase 1 approach and the phase 2 approach, and how it's anticipated that car parking will be brought forward to meet demand.
Yes, I think that it's important to say the context here is that parking is part of a package in terms of the what will be produced as a surface access strategy, and therefore it needs to be it needs to take into account the other factors that we're investing in, improvements in public transport and desire to increase that. The intention therefore is to introduce a monitor and manage approach to car parking, and to use that to establish when those car parks are actually needed, which we've set out when we think they are needed, and to also ensure that they're not provided if they're not needed in the context of our public transport mode share targets. The intention is, as we propose currently, is to split that into two phases, so that in the first phase, the existing Cog Loop 1 peak summer use is extended to year-round use, and the implementation of the public transport interchange and MSCP2 followed at a later stage by the implementation of the extension to Silver Zone and MSCP3.
And what's the implication? Clearly, if there was a discussion with Mr. Collins about, what happens if public transport initiatives are more successful, in terms of the monitor and manage for car parking, what potentially does that mean?
Well, it potentially means you wouldn't need to provide as much car parking, and we would hope that those public transport measures are successful, and we don't need to provide them certainly immediately, and maybe not even in the longer term.
And just final point on car parking, the potential effects of under providing car parking at the airport. What potentially are the
are the effects?
Yeah, I mean, there are two bits to this. One is that we're trying to reduce the overall car trips, and that does mean part of that strategy. The first part is to try to get people to use public transport. Another part of that strategy is to reduce the drop-off trips, which may need a parking space if they transfer to parking. Clearly, if we're in a position where the parking isn't available and is regularly undersupplied, that will lead to significant pressure for other car park operators outside of the airport, and many of those being unauthorised and in greenbelt locations.
And then public transport, again, this is an area where I think the issues are fairly well understood, but fairly well defined. There is this sort of slightly unusual situation where the public transport mode share data exists both in the bus ticket data that Bristol Airport has traditionally collected and used, and also in the CAA survey data. Are you just able to explain, in very simple terms, how this has come about and what's proposed by the airport for the future in terms of conditions and monitoring and things like that? What is proposed?
Oh, it is proposed to introduce a robust and agreed mechanism and methodology for recording trips to the airport, including public transport trips. It's been agreed with NSC officers that using the CAA survey, which currently happens every 4 years, is an accepted and robust way to do that. That would happen annually, and that would give us a more comprehensive data set on an annual basis of where people are coming from and how they're travelling to and from the airport, in addition to combining that with car park usage data that the airport would be able to produce. The issue with the data that was available at the time is that you have the CAA data, which we had. We have the 2019 data in here showing 21.8% of PT mode share. The historic use of bus ticket data was the way in which the airport and NSC measured public transport use, and that was reliant on information provided to them by bus operators. So that data was taken as read, and as we know now, that gives a different number in terms of PT percentage to that CAA data does, and I set out in 6.2.2 of my main proof why I think that might be. That includes things like rail users who transfer to bus, so they may not be picked up by the operators because they could have a plus bus type ticket. There could be group tickets in there that are maybe single transactions. Not all of the rail passengers potentially use buses. And then there are additional private shuttle buses and minibuses from things like hotels that wouldn't be included in the data. So those are my thoughts on what might be the reason, but clearly there is a difference in the number you get from the two methods, and we're proposing to use the robust and accepted CAA methodology going forwards.
And then I just want to bring you on to the proposed ASAS measures and their potential effect on public transport mode share. So you list in your proof at paragraph 4.5.4 a whole series of the currently proposed measures, and some of those are clearly continuation of existing things, and that they're all set out there extensively. But I'd quite like really to just get you to comment on your section 6.3 which is where you look at the public transport improvement effects on mode share and your conclusions on that. The point that has been expressed by Mr. Collis is that, look, potentially, you can see it in your table 6.6 on your page 63, they totaling all those different initiatives gets you to more than 2.5, and it also gets you to comment on a higher mode share target. So just start by what have you done in section 6.5, and why have you chosen 2.5% as being the appropriate mode share target?
Yeah, so what I've done there is look at the proposed package of measures, some of which are specific and some are more generic around improvement funds, to say, well, where are we most likely to be putting that money in terms of improved public transport provision. So as I say in my 6.5.6, they've been formulated with a degree of flexibility. We want to achieve the most effective outcome. So clearly we won't want to invest in a bus service that hasn't got any passengers on it for 2 years. That wouldn't help at all. We want to invest in areas where we can achieve some mode shift. That list of services was based on the proposed ASAS measures as what we believe would be a package that would be affordable and would deliver some benefit. What I then did for each of those services is have a look at and those services clearly have been developed over some time in dialogue with NSC and the airport. That's based on, well, where are the passengers coming from and which ones can we most effectively get to switch to public transport. So it's just looking at the distribution and where people are coming from. Once we've done that, we start to look at what we can do to improve services. So in our analysis, we look at where we think those services are going to be, which households, which postcodes that would cover, and then we look at the detail of how many people from those areas currently use public transport based on the CAA data that we have, and then if we were to improve those services through frequency enhancements, for example, what do we believe the uptake would be of those additional new services in terms of public transport shift. That analysis that I've done there, which lists all of the areas we targeted in the services, led me to a number for passengers that gave a range of outputs, and that range is included in table 6.6, 6517. So there I set out that package of measures could achieve something between, in that range, 230, about 237,000, up to 347,000 if all the measures go in and successful. So that, I think, is a bit of a leap of faith, because some of these things are going to be in flux. We're going to be looking at which ones work, which ones don't work. They won't all be, probably won't all be in, they probably won't all work well. So we'll have to, through the forum, through the Air Transport Forum and the working groups, change those if they're not working. But that was the range I came up with, which led to that 1.97% through to 2.9%, which gives me some confidence that 2.5% could be achieved, but also that it will be challenging.
And then yesterday we looked at a document called INQ 035, which was various public transport inputs to the parking demand study update, and at the top of it there were a list of 6 initiatives, and initiative 1 was public transport improvement fund. So just looking at your section 6.5, if we look at 6.5.12, 6.5.12 on your page
Yes.
62, we can see there the second of the bullet points, Public Transport Improvement Fund.
Yes.
So we can see that that was taken into account in the PDSU, and Initiative 2, Metrobus Service Integration. Your page 60, the bullet point right at the bottom, Metrobus Service Integration.
Yes.
And Initiative 3, 24/7 operation of Western Flyer. We get on your page 61, the bullet point there, 24/7 services, integration with railway, and we also get Western Flyer as one of the bullet points on page 62. Initiative 4, taken into account in the PDSU, new services to Clevedon and Nailsea. So that's Initiative 4. We can see your page 60, the second of the bullet points, which is near to the bottom.
Yep.
New services, Clevedon, Nailsea. And Initiative 5, enhanced timetables. We can see the first bullet point on page 60, improved frequency of service. Those are all the timetable improvements. And then the overall Initiative 6, which was to do with publicity and promotion, do those support, in effect, all the other initiatives?
Yes, absolutely. Whenever you launch a new service, you would do that.
Is this how the public transport target, those initiatives, was taken into account in the parking demand study update?
Yes, it is.
Final point then, Mr. Collis suggested that there should be a public transport target of 5%, and we saw yesterday what officers thought of that suggestion, but what's your view of the appropriateness of imposing a 5% public transport mode share improvement target?
I think, as I say, based on what I've looked at in the analysis, it's important that when you set a target, it's achievable, it's realistic, it's measurable, and we wouldn't just want to set an arbitrary target that can't be achieved. There's nothing stopping us reviewing the target if we're oversailing and doing better, which would be a good thing, of course. But for the moment, we believe that 2.5% is a realistic stretch target, and to go above that to 5 would be unrealistic and unviable.
Mr. Richards, thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Just one question from me. You were listening yesterday, some of the Rule 6 parties were giving evidence, and Miss Byrne made the point about, when I asked her about what her position was on the A38 improvement scheme, she said she didn't believe it was going to work. It would simply just ship the problem further down the road or up the road. Anything you want to say in relation to that suggestion of not improving roads, because that just moves the problem elsewhere?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we've done is the primary aim of the scheme that improves capacity is that local access bottleneck around the airport. So these are trips that are coming to the airport, and through our assessments, we're demonstrating that if we didn't improve that junction, those queues would get worse, and a lot of that traffic is going to and from the airport. So that in itself relieves a congestion problem and reduces things like air pollutants and other issues along the A38 MRN. Coming on to the MRN, that's a corridor proposal from Joint Local Transport Plan 4, which takes the whole route into account. So our scheme is one part, and it's identified in JLTP4 specifically. Our scheme is one part of that corridor enhancement package, which includes things like walking and cycling measures and some localised capacity improvements. So I think it should be seen in the context of that whole corridor enhancement, and that as part of those measures, it will deliver overall benefits for that whole route.
Ms Henderson.
Mr Whitchells, good afternoon. I'd like to start with hopefully some easy points that we can agree about what's being offered by way of public transport improvements. Can I ask you to pick up your proof of evidence, please? And within that, go to page 125. This is your paragraph 4.3.1. Sorry, page 25, not 125, sorry.
25.
25, this paragraph 4.3.1. PDF 25, real life page 19. 4.3.1 at the top there, you say that as part of the 10 million planning permission, an ambitious passenger public transport mode share target of 15% was agreed based on the public transport mode share being measured using bus ticket data provided by the occupiers, by the operators. If we go forward, please, a few pages, it's 2 in the PDF, to 4.5.3, which is below the model that you've got there, the diagram. You say a key objective of the ASAS is therefore to increase public transport use from the 10 million per annum baseline by 2.5% by the time that 12 million passengers per annum is reached. So what you're doing there is you're starting with that baseline that's been agreed in the 106, and you're adding 2.5% to that, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, so if we were to just use the data of bus tickets, which is, we've used that, it's 15% plus 2.5% to 17.5%. That's what you're offering, isn't it, if it was to be measured in that way?
That was the intention at the time, yes.
And of course, what you can do, though, is you can rebase that. So you can take that 15% at 10 million, rebase it into the CAA data, and then do the equivalent 2.5% uplift. That's also possible, isn't it?
You could.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, one area of dispute between us is how much you're going to go up from the baseline. So we say 5%, and you say 2.5% from that baseline. That's right, isn't it?
From the new baseline.
Yeah, from the baseline. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Parking, please. We need to take this in stages. I'm going to do the baseline position, and then I'm going to deal with demand, and then I'm going to deal with what you're going to provide. Can I ask you to turn up, please, the officer's report for the 10 million planning permission? So this is CD 401A. And when you have that document, it's PDF page 69. So this is what officers were saying when they granted you permission for 10 million. And on page 69, yeah. Sorry, sir, I'm keen to move through this quickly. It's 4.01A.
Yes, still loading on mine, sorry.
It's okay, no, it's a large file. Let me know when you've got it.
It's about a third of the way there.
Okay. Yeah, that's correct, sir. Middle of that page, Mr. Witchell. You're not there yet? No, okay, let me know when you are.
Right, I'm there. What page number did you say?
69, please, in the PDF. As you'll see, the subhead in the middle of that page, projected car parking demands. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, and below that, at present, there's approximately 13,750 parking spaces within the airport perimeter. Under the proposals, the number of spaces is set to increase to 21,659, of which 19,845 were for public use. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can I ask you please to turn up now the Wood Parking Survey? So this is CD 2.12. And within that, can I ask you please to go to page 21? And you've got paragraph of section 3.3 on page 21. Did you see that?
Yes.
And this sets out what the consented scheme involves, what's going to be built, and then over the page, 3.3.2 says taking this...
Sorry, that 3.1 is the position as of summer 2017.
Yep, and if we just go over the page to 3.3.2, do you see that?
Yep.
Taking this additional planned capacity into account, BAL expects car parking capacity to increase from 16,700 spaces in 2018 to approximately 18,400 spaces in 2021. Do you see that?
I do.
What that figure is there is Wood's calculation of what can be provided under the existing planning consent. That's their calculation, isn't it?
That's what they, at the time, were expecting the capacity to increase to. Yes.
Yeah. And we'll come on to what the figure is in the parking demand study, because I know that's different. We'll get there. But what we can see, though, is this is nearly 1,500 spaces lower than what the council was granting you consent for under the 10 million permission. So what's happened to those spaces, Mr. Witchell?
Because of development of the airport, those spaces haven't been able to be provided yet.
Can you explain what development that is?
It would be operational layouts within the airport and alterations to the site.
Right. So BAL. Sorry.
Yeah, and physical layout issues.
Right. So BAL had permission for an additional 1445 spaces, which it hasn't built out because it's done something else with the land, hasn't it?
Well, my understanding, based on the officers' committee report, is that the permission is for 18,700.
No, but look at what we said back in 2010, the report, when permission was granted. That's what the understanding was. That's how many you were going to get. And now...
Well, your projected demands, you're saying?
No.
No.
Go back to the document. So CD 4.01A, page 69, under the proposals, the number of spaces is set to increase, so not demand, but spaces, to 21,659 with 19,845 for public use. So it's not demand, it's spaces. That's how many spaces are going to be at the airport. What's happened to the 1,445 spaces that you now say you can't provide? What development has gone in that space?
Well, as I say, it'll be operational land that's used for the other purposes within the airport.
Fine. Okay, so final question on this. What BAL have done is they could have provided car parking spaces, but they've chosen to provide something else, haven't they?
I don't think they've chosen to. I think operationally that's what they've required. They've needed to do as part of the airport operations.
Okay. If we now think about the parking demand study, so this is CD 211, please. This is the 2018 parking demand study. Can I ask you to go to page 6, please, and paragraph 1.7. And you will see in that paragraph it refers to the 18,400 figure that we saw in the Wood document. Do you see that?
Yes,
And then below that we get figure 3, don't we?
we do.
Which, yes, it's CD 2.11, which is the 2018 PDS. The middle of that page, we get the diagram showing the figure, sorry, showing 18.4 in 2021, decreasing to 18,000 in 2026, which at that point is 12 million. Yes?
Yes.
And we'll see in the text in 1.7, which accompanies that, footnote 1 is referred to, and that says that the current planned car park capacity decreases from 2022 onwards, allowing some flexibility for contractor and staff car parking, as well as loss of space as a result of detailed design. And it's going to be reviewed. Two factors there. The first factor, flexibility for contractor and staff car parking. You don't explain why this flexibility is needed when you're trying to increase the number of staff who are using non-car modes of transport to get to the airport, do you?
It's not explained in detail in here, no.
No. Is this a temporary flexibility, for example, to deal with construction, or is it a permanent flexibility that's needed?
Yeah, it's operational flexibility within the airport.
So is that temporary or permanent? Sorry, I'm not clear.
Well, there will always be some need for some space for operational vehicles and changes and maintenance and management.
Yeah, I just want to be really clear. The flexibility, is that temporary? So whilst you're doing the construction works, do you need temporary flexibility, or do you need long-term flexibility, so permanent, which is it?
You need temporary flexibility, obviously during construction, as you say, but you need some permanent space for things like maintenance and management.
Right. So the temporary flexibility, once you've constructed this, 2030, you get to 12 million, your construction's complete, you don't need that flexibility anymore, do you? Because you've completed the works.
You wouldn't then, because you'd have finished building your car parking.
Right. Okay. And in terms of the permanent spaces, the provision of more car parking like that runs contrary to your aim of improving staff travel by non-car modes, doesn't it?
The staff travel commitment is to cap staff car parking numbers at 1,000.
Right. And does that include the flexibility that you're going to draw across, or not?
No, that's capped at 1,000.
Right. The second factor was detailed design.
Yes.
So, as I understand it, essentially what you're saying there is, well, we might lose some of these spaces because of the new development. Once we work it up in detail, that's what you're saying, isn't it?
The development as part of this application, obviously there will be some loss of land available for parking.
But you've not worked out how many cars that's going to be, or whether in fact you'll need to do it, have you? We don't know what that level is going to be.
Certainly the plans that we use for the site visit show where those areas are and where the spaces are and what the uses of each area of land is.
Yeah, but the ones that are going to be lost, so just look at your footnote 1, loss of spaces as a result of detailed design. Have you worked out which spaces that's going to be, or you can't say today?
Well, on those plans you'll see where, for example, the new gyratory is proposed to go in. You can see substantial loss of those.
Right. How many are going to be lost?
Well, the net the net total that we're able to achieve is the 22,300.
No, how many are you going to lose through detailed design?
Well, in terms of the layout, rather than the detailed design, it's several hundred.
Several hundred. Okay.
Well, I'll have to get the numbers up. But it's a significant loss because of the things like building the multi-storey car parks on existing parking and building the new gyratory. They take up a lot of space.
But you've factored that in because the detailed design, you've only added the net of the MSCPs. We'll come on to the MSCPs in a minute, but you've added the net MSCPs, and this is not that. This is an additional amount, isn't it?
Yes, the 22,300 is the net new total. So, yes, the net, there is. So within that, there clearly is some loss.
Right.
Which is why the MSCP net increase is lower than the total spaces in the MSCP.
Can I ask you to go to the updated study? So this is CD 223, please. And within that, it's table 4 on page 23.
Yes.
And you'll see at the bottom of that table, we get total spaces post-development. Do you see that?
Yes.
And we know from the test in 6.3 that MSCP2 is going to be delivered in 2024. And we get up to 18.2 thousand there. Do you see at the bottom? That
Yes.
year? Yeah. But we never get up to the 18.4 thousand that we saw a moment ago in 2021 in the original study. So the two baselines are inconsistent, aren't they?
These numbers are the latest figures, and they are showing, based on that layout as part of the application, that building towards the new master plan for the airport, these are the number of spaces that are achieved as you go through that construction phasing.
So what changes have you made to the scheme between the first study and the second study, which has resulted in dropping from 18.4 to 18.2?
Well, that may be part of that detailed examination of the numbers and the layout to see whether that has an impact.
I'm sorry, can you tell me what the changes are that you've made that results in not reaching the same peak?
I guess it's a more detailed examination of the construction, the layout of the gyratories, inclusion of access ramps and barriers and things like that. May not have been accounted for at that stage.
Stay with this document. Now if we turn to look at MSCP 1 and 2, please. Page 18 of this document, it's paragraph 4.16. You say here that the planned capacity remains as per the 2018 report, albeit the time of the development has been revised to consider the updated passenger forecasts, settling at 18,000 spaces from 2026 onwards. Do you see that?
Yes.
So as I understand it, what we've got to do now is we've got to go back to the 2018 study to see the detail of that. Is that right?
That would suggest so.
Okay, so let's do that. CD 211, please. And page 28. And on page 28, paragraph 7.2, you explain what's been assumed in the delivery. And the first one is MSCP1 at 1.9 thousand. Do you see that?
Did you say page 28?
Yeah, page 28, paragraph 7.2.
Yep.
That's 1.9 thousand. And then the other part, the second MSCP, a further 1.8 thousand. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in respect of MSCP1, the construction of that didn't start until November 2017, so you weren't including it in your 2017 capacity figures. That was to come, wasn't it?
It was a planned increase, yes.
Yeah. Now, the gross capacity of that is 1.9, isn't it?
Yes.
And I think in the winter demand study, you give us the net. So can I ask you to turn that up, please? This is CD 3.6.2. And page 12 within that. At the very top of that page, you say, yeah. Fine.
When we're swapping from document to document.
Of course, sir. Yeah, no, I appreciate, I know where I'm going and you don't, but I'm very conscious of what you said yesterday about time, sir, so I don't want to be criticised in that regard. I want to get through it.
So 3.6.2, yeah.
Yeah. 12. First bullet point at the top there. We see the 1.9 thousand,
Yes.
but we know that we lose 0.5, don't we, as a result? So we get a net figure there of 1.4.
Yes.
Yeah, and we see that in figure 11 below, don't we? The second column.
Yes.
Yeah. Right, MSCP2, please. Construction hasn't commenced on that yet, has it?
No,
No. The gross capacity of that is 1.8 thousand, isn't it?
it is, yeah.
But that will also result in the loss of some spaces, and you deal with this back in the updated, so the 2020 PDS CD 2.23, page 23. And the table there shows us at the very top, if we look at the difference between years 2023 and 2024 when MSCP 2 comes online,
Yeah,
we get an increase there of 800. So that's the net figure for MSCP 2. Is that correct?
that's what that's showing, yes.
Yep.
Again, in the context of this working towards the application scheme.
So why do we lose double the number of spaces with MSCP 2? 1,000 spaces are being lost from when we go from gross to net, but only 500 for MSCP 1. What's the difference? These are comparable buildings, aren't they?
Yeah, but this is in the context of working up things like the gyratory and the planned development at the airport. So those other areas have to be taken into account.
Right. And that gyratory, is that part of the proposed scheme you were talking about?
It is, yes.
It is. Right. But of course, in the baseline, you're not delivering that gyratory because it's proposed, so you wouldn't have to make such a severe loss to go from gross to net on MSCP2, would you?
No, if you knew you weren't going ahead with this scheme, then you could use that lost land for car parking.
Right. Can we go, please, within this document, so staying with the 2020 study, to your page 10 and figure 6 on that page. Sorry, figure 3. But it's the same page, page 10, figure 3. And you see this gives us the historic airport capacity, do you see that? Yeah. And
Yes.
in 2017, we had 16.8 thousand spaces, so that's before we've built MSCP1 or MSCP2. If we were to add on the net figures, 1.4 net for MSCP1, and 0.8, so 800 for MSCP2, the two net figures we just agreed, we get to 19,000, don't we? So that's 16.8 figure.
Sorry, did you add
Yes.
MSCP2 as well?
So start with 2017, before you've built either MSCP1 or 2, that's 16.8 thousand. We know that MSCP1, we get a net of 1.4 thousand spaces, and we know that we get 800 spaces net for MSCP2. So if we add that to 16.8, we get 19,000, don't we?
Yeah, I think this is measured capacity here, so those are the numbers, the actual spaces available on the airport.
Sorry, the actual spaces, did you say?
Yes.
Right. But you're going to increase the actual number of spaces when you add MSCP 1 and 2, aren't you?
Yeah, these are those numbers. Those are the 2019.
No, we're looking at 2017.
Yes, so that would have been the number of spaces available in 2017 on the airport.
Yes, so you had 16.8 spaces available in 2017 before you built, or were going to build, MSCP 1 and MSCP 2. So we need to think, well, how many extra spaces are they going to add? And we know the two figures. We know it's 1.4, and we know it's 800, and that gets us up to 19,000, doesn't it?
Yes, this doesn't say MSCP2 here, though.
Well, yeah, because exactly, 16.8 doesn't take into account either of the MSCP 1 or 2, does it?
MSCP1 was in operation, so those figures are in there.
No, it wasn't, because we know that construction on that didn't start until November 2017. I've already asked you to agree that.
In the 2019 figure.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the 2017
Okay.
figure.
Yes, so it wasn't in then. Absolutely.
Yeah, so it wasn't in at 16.8. You add the two together, 16.8 plus 1.4 and 0.8, we get to 19,000, don't we?
But MSCP2 isn't built there, so...
No, but
you're
if it
just
was to
adding-
be built,
if it were,
I'm projecting forward.
well, yeah.
Am I missing the point? I'm sort of losing this a little bit. This is, I don't want to, I'm really reluctant to step in, but what is the point being made? Is
Well,
there,
because
I wasn't aware there was any ambiguity about the number of parking spaces being provided. I mean, I appreciate there may be some discrepancies here and there in the figures,
Well,
but,
so
I don't understand the point.
Well, the point is, so we need to work out what the baseline would be without development.
Right.
Because, for example, MSCP2, we know that the net figure that you've been given, we've been told that that actually includes gyratory works, which are proposed. So what I'm trying to explore is if you go into the no-scheme world, take the gyratory out of it, work out what your baseline is. Once we know what the baseline is in the no-scheme world, we can then look at the demand forecast, which is the scheme world, and look at what the consequence is. I'm very nearly there on this, sir. We've got the 19,000 point. I've got about 3 more questions on this, and then I'm going to get to demand, because I'm very nearly there on baseline, but I would appreciate it if I could just finish this point. If, in the no-scheme world, MSCP2 to deliver more than 800, because you're not delivering the gyratory, you're going to get an increase above that 19,000 level, aren't you?
Well, I haven't asked the airport what they would do if they didn't get this approval, so they would do something, but it might not be that total.
Well, it's not what they would do, but what they could do. They could do that if they wanted to, couldn't they?
They could, well, obviously, based on the officers' committee report, the consented level of parking is 18,700, so they could do up to 18,700.
Right. Is there anything stopping them doing that, other than they want to develop the site?
Anything stopping them achieving 18,700 in the absence of this consent?
So I didn't hear that.
If they don't get consent for expansion, then they would aim to achieve 18,700.
Let's go and talk about demand now. I want to start with your first study, the 2018 study, so this is CD 2.11. And hopefully we can work through my table to take things quickly here. Page 11. Paragraph 3.1. You've started off with a baseline of 1.7 million passengers in 2017, haven't you?
Yes, that's stated here.
Yep. And if we then look at what you've done with it next, you tell us in the remainder of that paragraph that it's growing. You predicted an increase up to 2.3 million passengers. So that's 2.3 million passengers at 12 mppa who you are forecasting will drive and park. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, at the time of this
At
report,
that
yes.
time, I appreciate
Yep.
we're going to do your original
Yep.
forecast and then the new one. Yeah. The next stage is to take that number of. Well, let's just pause, sorry, and look at that. You give us figure 10 on PDF page 15, which shows that growth between the two, doesn't it? So between your 1.66 2017, and then you grow that through to your 2.3, and you're showing us the 5 drivers of change there, aren't you?
Yeah, sorry, which page were you on?
Yeah,
Figure?
PDF page 15, the same document. It's figure 10 at the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're the factors that have been taken into account, but we can't see where those different factors have been worked out. We can't see the calculations, we can't see where those figures come from, can we?
No, not in that table. You can
No,
see the output of the analysis.
Yeah, but we don't have the output analysis in this document, do we?
You have the numbers that...
We have the numbers, but we don't see the workings out. We don't
You,
see.
you don't have the full spreadsheet, no.
No, so we can't check that, can we?
You can't unless
No.
you have an electronic copy of it, no.
Okay. The next step is to go from your 2.3 million passengers to work out how many cars that is, and to do that you apply the group size. This is on page 17, so can you roll forward please to page 17. Paragraph 313 and figure 13 below it, we see that you apply the group sizes and you reach a conclusion of 1.55 million cars per annum. So 12 million passengers, that's how many cars you need to accommodate across the year.
In total across,
In total,
across the
in
airport
total,
and other operators, yeah.
Yeah, so that's my stage 3. What you then do is you work out, well, how many of those cars are parked at the airport. That's the next stage. And if we go over the page to your figure 14, we see that the 1.55, you reduce that and you get 1.28 million cars at the airport. That's
Yes.
right, isn't it? Yeah. And if we just pause there and look at that figure, your 1.28 million is 82.5% of 1.55, isn't it?
I don't have the numbers here, but yes,
Okay, well,
it sounds about right.
Sounds about right. Okay. Can I just ask you to turn back a page, please, to 3.14? And you'll see the text. The second sentence says this: in 2017, Bristol Airport on-site car parks served on average 76% of passengers' cars parked over the year, but this fluctuated between 70 and 80% throughout the year. So your starting point was 76% in your baseline, but then once you projected forward over the page into your figure 14, you grew that up to 82%, didn't you?
Yeah, well, it says it fluctuates, so there's variation in that.
But we don't have any detail or evidence or calculations to explain why you chose that figure for your 12 million a year, do we?
How much was assumed to be off-site versus
Yeah.
on-site?
We don't have that information.
It doesn't look like there's an explanation in here.
No.
It's part of that analysis of
Yeah.
competition.
But we don't have that analysis anywhere in the
No,
documents.
that's in the spreadsheet that you don't have.
It's in the spreadsheet, right. The next stage is to convert the cars parked per year at the airport into the number of spaces, and you do that by applying your occupancy to demand ratio, don't you?
Firstly, you profile it out throughout the year. So
Right.
it needs to be looked at on a monthly basis, and then, as you say, you apply that
Yeah.
monthly occupancy demand ratio to
Yeah,
that
and-
monthly
and-
total.
We don't have your monthly profiles, do we?
Not in this report, no.
No. And then you give us over the page figure 16. You give us the ratios for each month there, don't you?
The OD ratios, yes.
Yeah. And then you apply that and we turn over the page. And we get to figure 17. And you get, applying that, you get your 22.6 thousand, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Right, I just want to think about that figure for a moment. The 22.6 thousand, you've assumed a 12.5% public transport mode share at 12 million in that, haven't you?
That was the assumed baseline.
That was the assumed baseline.
Not the,
Yeah.
It wasn't in the analysis, it was assumed.
Yeah. The occupancy to demand ratio that you use to go between those two figures, that's based on historical data, isn't it?
It's based on recorded data at the airport, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's data that your client has, but the council doesn't have. That's correct, isn't it?
You do have a copy of the 2017 data now.
Copy of the 2017 data, but okay, fine. We'll come on to what the next part in a moment. The reason why you assumed 12.5% in your 22.6 thousand, because that's what you assessed in your baseline at 2017, and you continued that assumption through, didn't you?
That was the assumption here was that was the public transport mode share at the time, and assumed to stay at that position.
Yeah. And then what you then did is you did what I think you described as a sensitivity test, the 15%. And we see the details of that on page 23. Can I ask you to go to page 23 of this document? And you've used the 2015 CAA data, haven't you? That's the column in the middle, CAA 2015 PT percentage. You've used that data and you've adjusted it so that it matches 12.5%, which is the next column over.
Yes, in that
Yeah.
table. That's that.
And then you've grown that, which is the next column, so that you get to 15%, which is the second column from the right. And then the final column gives you the implied additional passengers on public transport at that point. And the consequence of that was to reduce your demand from 22.6 to 21.9 thousand, and we can see that over the page, can't we, figure 20?
Yes.
Yeah. And that gives rise to two different shortfalls. At 12.5%, it's 4.6 thousand, and at 15%, it's 3.9 thousand, isn't it?
Yes.
Right, thank you. Now, can we look at the updated study, so this is the 2020 study in CD 223. And can I ask you to start, please, on page 5, paragraph 2.2. You've not made any methodological changes to this, have you, between the two studies? You tell us in the final sentence of paragraph 2.2 you've not changed the methodology, so we're looking at two comparable methodologies here, aren't we?
Yeah, the spreadsheet and methodology are the same, the inputs are different.
The inputs are different, of course, and we're about to see that. Let's go, please, to page 16 of this document. And we see there, figure 10, your baseline starting point in 2019 was 1.73 million, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And then we get a series of factors that you've adjusted it through to the 2030 point, haven't you?
Yes.
And we get 2.28 million there.
Yes.
The next stage after that is you've got to work out the number of cars, and you do that over the page 17. Your figure 12. And you show a total number of cars of 1.23 million
Yes.
in 2030. Yeah. We don't have any detail about the percentage or the analysis that you've done to work out how many of that's off-site and how many of that's at the airport, do we? We can't see that process.
No, you can't see the process. The numbers have been provided in a PDF, but you haven't got the electronic spreadsheet.
No. And once we get the 1.23 million cars, we've then got to work out, the 0.96 million, so that's the cars at the airport, shown in that table. We've then got to apply first you do your monthly profiling, and then we apply the OD ratio, don't we, to that?
Yes, you do.
Yeah. And if we go over the page to page 18, table 2, we see the ratio, don't we?
You do.
We don't know what profile was used, do we?
You mean the monthly demand?
Yeah, the monthly profile. Yeah, we don't have that.
You don't have it in here, no.
No. And then we get the output that we see in your figure 13, 22.2 thousand cars at 2030.
Yes.
Yeah. And the ratio here, you've relied on historical data from 3 years, haven't you? 2017, 2018 and 2019. So parking data that your client holds for those 3 years you've used to produce that ratio.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's not data that the council has, or indeed any other party has, is it?
No.
And we don't have the workings out of the calculation to see how that's operated, do we?
Only the PDFs.
Only what we've seen here?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. And then the consequence of that, when we use your, if we just turn over the page so we can see, your figure 14 to create unmet demand. Firstly, can you help me? Why is the capacity now forecast at 18.1 in this figure, whereas everywhere else it's 1800? Do you know why that's a discrepancy?
The 18,100 has been worked up from the layout of the airport and the master plan if we were working towards this scheme.
Right. You've then looked at, if you just look at the 2030 column, look at the top, please. You see it says 22.3. Do you see that?
Yes.
But that's 100 higher than your 22.2 on the previous page, isn't it? So you worked out that you needed 22.2, but then you've shown here a figure of 22.3. What's the basis for the change? That's not explained.
Yes,
is it?
they shouldn't be different. They're rounding, so there is one has been rounded up and one
Okay.
down. Unfortunately, it's
Right.
something like 22.2.
So we say 22.2.
But I'm saying 22,200 to keep it simple because it has been rounded.
All right, 22,200. We take away your 18.1 and we get what you say is a demand of 4.1 in that circumstance, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. If we just go back to my table, please, that we've just worked through the different columns there, so we've got it now in table form, what we've just worked through. If we compare the second and third, so the 2018 to the 2020, just to see how it compares, you've got a slightly higher number of passengers in your baseline, but you're forecasting overall a lower number of passengers who are parking overall. You're then forecasting a lower number of cars, so 1.55 at 12 million in the 2018 study, 1.23 million in the 2030 study. You'll then, this is row 4, in the 2020 study, you're then considering an even lower number of cars parked at the airport, 0.96 million as opposed to 1.28 million. And then you apply your OD ratio and your profiling. And we have this comparison. At 12.5%, you get 22.6 in your original study. Then we get, in the original study, 21.9% at 15%. If we compare that to the 22,200 in 2030, that's actually between the two, isn't it?
It is, yes. Sorry, it is, yes.
Yeah. And what this tells us when we look at how the numbers compare is that your OD ratio was clearly very important in this calculation in going from a lower number of cars, 0.96, but to a higher level of demand, wasn't it? That was the key change.
That can change, yes.
Yeah, and that's what changed here, is it?
Yeah, that takes into account the new forecast from York Aviation.
Right. And because the council doesn't have, we've got your PDF, but we don't have, for example, your car parking data in 2018 or 19 that you've used, we can't scrutinise what that figure was and whether it was right or not, can we?
No, you don't have that detail.
No. Okay. And you don't explain why it changed either, do you? You don't say, well, actually, it's changed quite significantly and this is why. You don't tell us why in your report, do you?
In here it doesn't say why, no. I mean, the change is an increase there, as you can see, of 300 overall.
Right.
And that, because the passenger forecasting has changed fairly significantly with the New York Aviation data, that's the thing that underpins that, as you say, and I accept that you don't have those detailed spreadsheets to check that.
Yeah. And two points arise from that. Firstly, the York data that you're referring to, that's what comes out of their allocation model when how many people are going to go, where they're going to go, and how they're going to do it. That's the model that produces the information that you're relying on for that purpose, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. The second point that arises, can I just ask you to pick up please, Mr. Collins' rebuttal proof of evidence, and go to PDF page 7 of that document. It's hard copy page 5. And you'll see his paragraph 5.1.7. He says, the following information request by email from me via Richard Kent of the Council to Liz Huggins at Bal on the 19th.
Sorry, I just managed to open it. Could you tell me which page you're on?
Yeah, sorry, PDF page 7.
7, thank you.
And the hard copy pagination is page 5. And it's paragraph 5.1.7. The following information request by email from me via Richard Kent of the Council to Liz Huggins at Bal on the 19th of May 2021 remain outstanding. Some highway infrastructure. But if you just turn over the page, please. Parking demand studies. The top one requested there, car park occupancy data to verify the occupancy ratio used to determine operational utilisation. Second one, calculations and analysis to verify the additional parking demand identified to support the demand studies. And assessment of mode share to determine how revised increases in public transport usage will impact on the parking demand. They were requested, but you didn't provide them, did you?
Some of that information has been provided in PDFs, as I mentioned, but I accept you don't have the detailed spreadsheet.
No.
That's the Teneo spreadsheet.
Yeah, and because we don't have that spreadsheet, we can't check the process that we've just talked through. We simply can't look at how that's been done and see the inputs, work out what you've done with them and what the outcome is, can we?
You can't check the detail of the numbers, no.
No. And we can't do it. Nobody else outside of your team can do it, can they?
No, I mean, I did my own checks to satisfy myself based on my...
Ms Henderson, is there a suggestion that they're wrong then?
So we can't say whether they're right or wrong because we haven't had the opportunity. We've asked for the information to check it. I've shown you some of the significance. I'm about to put a few more questions about the significance of what was requested and what wasn't provided. And we don't know if it's right, sir. Nobody else knows if it's right. And you don't know if it's right.
No.
And that's quite significant in our submission.
But in the same way you were very keen to point out professional obligations to your highway witness, this highway witness also has his professional obligations.
Of course, sir, but the fact that someone operates under their professional obligations doesn't mean that they don't make mistakes.
No, but the point is we don't know, isn't it?
But we don't know, sir, but we asked for it.
Yeah.
It could have been provided. I'm about to ask the witness about why it wasn't provided, but it could have been provided and this could all have been checked, sir.
Why wasn't the spreadsheet provided?
Essentially, the spreadsheet doesn't belong to me, it belongs to Teneo.
Sorry, just speak.
Sorry, the spreadsheet belongs to Teneo, and it's their intellectual property, so they have...
Teneo.
But
the
did your client ask Teneo if they would share it with the council?
Yes, I believe so.
And what did Teneo say to your client?
Well, I presume they didn't want to release their spreadsheet or...
Right.
Commercially sensitive.
That's their position, yes. But
Did you consider, for example, saying to the council, well, look, we can give it to you, but we're going to have to do it on the basis of a confidentiality agreement? We could have done that.
you know, I think what happened obviously at the time of the previous work with North Somerset and their advisors is those meetings were held, the tool was checked, the forecasting approach methodology was all checked and agreed. So,
but the problem with that, Mr. Witchells, is that the 2020 study arose after the determination of the application, so it wasn't part of any of those discussions because it was new.
Yeah, I accept that, but the tool is exactly the same.
But
the inputs are different.
But the inputs are different, and how they've been used, whether they've been applied correctly or whether someone's made a mistake. If someone simply typed it in incorrectly, we don't know that because we couldn't check it, could we?
No, I accept that. I've said you don't have that.
And in circumstances where we can't check it, and the inspectors can't check it, and nobody else other than your team can check it, that's not a robust approach that can be given any weight, is it?
Well, I think the fact the tool is the same tool and it had been rigorously checked before gives you some comfort, but I accept that you don't have the spreadsheet and you can't check the detail of it.
And equally, because the council didn't have, for example, your client's car parking data for 2018, 2019, we couldn't go away and recreate our own version, could we? Because we just didn't have the input.
No, again, I accept that, and again, that...
So it's impossible then for the council to come to this inquiry with its own model and say, well, look, we've produced something different because we never had the information from you that we asked for but didn't receive that we'd have put into that model.
Not the most recent data, no.
No. Okay. I just want to think now about the public transport percentage. Yeah. I realise I've gone over, so... but I will stop. Mr Taylor's clearly hungry. It's probably a good point.
Yeah.
And we'll stop there. I'm nearly finished on parking.
All right. Let's come back at 2:15 then.
Thank you.
Okay, inquiry adjourned.